Okay, so Wales will be batting first as far as this particular game is concerned, and Sri Lanka, coming off a loss to Australia, and will definitely look to bounce back in this particular game. So as far as Wales are concerned, they've started well, middling the ball well, and definitely this has to be said. This wicket, a beautiful wicket to bat on. Yesterday, the game against India and West Indies, we definitely witnessed a high-scoring thriller there. Once again, that's a slight misfield, but then no runs considered of that ball. So yeah, the game with India and West Indies yesterday in this particular venue, such a great wicket to bat on. In fact, we witnessed around close to 590 to 600 runs yesterday. So particularly this, oh, that's a beauty. Lovely start from Sri Lanka. So after the first over, 6 for no loss. Just that boundary from Williams. Fine shot was that to the offside. Didn't really look to hit it hard. Just the timing and placement ensuring that the ball went to the boundary. So as far as you've spoken, this particular wicket is concerned, now we have to ensure that as a batting side, you have to look on what is just a good total. I mean, somewhere around 300 should be a very good total, 280 to 300, and because somewhere talking about the ground conditions, this particular ground 290 was chased down in this tournament, has been chased down. So pretty important to ensure that England get to a good score here. So Kusal has come to bowl the second over here. Very much a spin-oriented attack, the Sri Lankan side. So we have to see on how England manage this attack. So Kusal will start his proceedings for the second over. That's a good ball, great line to start. So Sri Lanka, as far as their field is concerned, Kusal, he has a long on in position, a sweeper cover kind of fielder, and one man, slightly wider, close to deep mid wicket. That's once again a very good ball. So keeping the lines tight. Sri Lanka, in the game against India, were really good with the ball, and in fact had a tight game against the West Indies, a very tight game ending in a tie. So once again, beautiful that, just not letting the batsman free their arms. Kusal is bowling really well here. So very good over this up to now. 4 dot balls, and definitely would look to end this over really well here. And Williams was pretty comfortable with the medium pacer initially. That's well played. So there is protection there on the boundary. So just one more ball to go. Sri Lanka, ensuring that, yes, in the previous game that was, at this venue, that is the India versus West Indies game. So what we understood that was, yes, the pitch really, didn't have any kind of venom in it, to be honest. But then when you kept the length right, the runs were very difficult to score. So pretty important that Sri Lanka must ensure that they have to keep their lengths tight. Once again, that's well played. This time towards the onside, just a single. So end of the second over, Wales 8 for no loss. So a pretty steady start. Wales must ensure that if there are settled batsmen towards the very end, it can be very, very beneficial as far as Wales are concerned, and they have to ensure that they should keep that in their mind and play through. That's a good single there. So initially, there was a hesitation, but then in the end, they have completed the single with ease. So this tournament, a very, very good one, and in fact, to be pretty precise, in this particular bowling attack, have that capacity to just keep the lengths right. And this time the swing ensuring that the ball goes for a wide. So yes, as far as the pink ball is concerned, we have mentioned it in a lot of games now. It is that it has the natural ability to swing. I mean, in a red ball, the red ball and the pink ball have it's slightly heavier than the white ball, but then has good swinging capacity. Once again, slight wider margin, so wide call by the umpire once again. So as we are speaking, it's important to maintain the new ball, the pink ball, because till the moment it loses its shine, it has the ability to swing, and if you can hit the right length, you get your rewards. Once again, off the edge this time. That's gone. So as we are speaking, have got a good start here. So Wales 11 for 1 after 2.2 overs. Great bowling this. Nalin ensuring that he keeps the length perfect, and indeed got the reward for his hard work. So Wales 11 for 1 after 2.2 overs. This time slight bit of width offered, but then they have the man there, so protection needed, no runs. So such a great initiative as far as this tournament is concerned. A lot of times we've seen under 19 cricket, we've seen under 23 cricket, I mean right from the junior level, but then the senior level cricket, a pretty good thing for the players who still wish to be a part of the game, still are very much passionate of the game. So pretty good initiative this. That's well defended once again. So doing things rightly here, Nalin. In fact, if we could recollect, in the game against Sri Lanka was India, in the game against India rather for Sri Lanka, Nalin was very instrumental with the new ball. But once again, well played. So a wicket here and 3 runs, just 3 runs coming off the over success for Sri Lanka here. So end of 3 overs, Wales 11 for 1. So Kusal to continue from this end. Once again, that's well played. So it's important that yes, in the initial overs, if they don't get the runs, Wales have to understand one thing, that this wicket is very good to bat on, but so having wickets in hand would be pretty much important. If this pair can stay through at least till 15th over, it will be great for Wales. That's a quick single on the offside. So as far as the power play is concerned, in this particular tournament, as it is a 45 over format, 15 overs the first power play, and 16 to 30 you have the second power play, and the rest of the last 15 overs you have the third power play. So what is the significance of all these? In the first power play, you can have 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and in the second 15 overs you can have 4, and the final with 5. Once again, great delivery there. So a very good field set. What I personally feel is that Kusal has ensured that he's going to bowl more on the offside. So all of the fielders saving that one inside the 30-yard circle. Once again, that's a beautiful ball. So as far as Sri Lanka are concerned, they know to let the overs run through, because most probably Nalin is their premium fast bowler. Otherwise, a very much spin oriented attack Sri Lanka. That's well played. They go for a single. So pretty good over this. Just 2 runs coming, with a ball to go. And nothing to get desperate as far as Wales are concerned. They can play through. They have that's a beautiful ball, keeping great lengths, stopping over through there. So end of the 4th over, Wales 13 for 1, and this is a good start for Sri Lanka. That's a good shot. Just picks the gap. They might get a couple of runs here. No, they just stop with a single. Running becomes crucial, in the longer formats. Simply for the reason that you need to stay along. You need to you cannot deal with those boundaries, right? That's well left. So keeping the length tight here, not giving loose balls. Any kind of loose leaves to free their arms or any kind of width there. In keeping the length perfect. It's pretty important, to prolong the new ball. Once again, this time down the leg side, wide ball. So prolonging the new ball, it's a very important thing. I mean, a lot of times we've seen bowlers pick up wickets, and the shine is staying till the at least till the 8th over. Oh, that's a very good ball. Just misses the outside edge. So asking the batsman a lot of questions, Nalin here. Just need to pass this phase, the Wales batters. That's well played once again. And there is nothing to panic or any kind of problems as far as Wales batters are concerned. Then they just need to see through the new ball in order to ensure that they can have wickets. Once again, just passes the outside edge. The ball gets to the boundary, but then Nalin would be happy. Nalin really won't worry with that boundary, but then going good here. So as we were speaking, just see through the new ball. Pretty important for Wales to understand that there's a lot of time and wickets in hand. That is very, very important, so that you can accelerate in the last 20, 15 to 20 overs. You can get around 100 to 120 runs if you have wickets in hand. Once again, down the leg side. So just a new ball. Just go past this face. That should be, very helpful. That's once again well played. So end of the 5th over. 20 for no loss. Wales. So we're in the start of the 6th over, and it's good bowling, good start. So we have Mr. Hugh with us, who's a part of the Wales team here. And just to start with, sir, that's a good ball. So just to start with, sir, what do you think about this initiative, sir? This tournament as a whole, pretty much we've seen underage cricket, but then this overage format. I mean, it's pretty interesting, right? What's your opinion on it?
It certainly is, and you see in a tournament like this that in some countries it's possibly been a lot more advanced. It's been going for longer than in other countries. Other countries probably not selecting from everybody in the country, probably not as organised. I mean, one of the things we found with a lot of the teams, because the countries are so large, it's difficult to get together, and that's John Jones has put that away for just the one run back with a square. Yes, because the countries are so large, they find it difficult to get together, to know each other, to train together. And some of the squads only met each other for the first time when they got to India.
Right.
One of the benefits we have, we're a very small country, and we've been practicing together once or twice a week for about 3 or 4 months. So we get to know each other well. But yes, I think it's wonderful. I think we all find that we're 60 and we're playing in a World Cup in India. It's an amazing thing. And an opportunity that most of us thought we would never get in our lives, to come to such a wonderful country and to play the sport that we love here. It's great.
And so great delivery, and this particular over has been going really good here. Just 2 runs of the first 5 balls. Yes, sir. And to continue with, a lot of you have represented, anybody going ahead, and if I'm not wrong, is there a Wales international cricket team, like the seniors team, men's side?
Not playing in the ICC. There is a Wales seniors team. It plays in the county championship, second 11. It's not first class, but we're not full ICC members because we're joined with England as things currently stand. So we have age group teams, we have under 11 teams, and we have under 15 teams and under 19 teams and schools teams.
So end of the 6th over, 24 for 1 Wales. Yes, sir, we can go ahead.
And then we have a Wales seniors team, a Wales normal team, but they play in the county championship, second 11. And then we have a Wales over 40s, over 50s, over 60s, over 70s, and we're even starting to look now at having a Wales over 80s team. So the older ages, it's certainly it's going from strength to strength.
Sure, sir. And what do you think about the start that Wales have got here, sir?
It's a cagey game. I mean, I think both sides know that a lot rests on this game. Essentially, the winner today is going to be hot favourite to finish second in the group and to get to the semi-final stage. Both teams know that. If Wales win, we're basically through. If Sri Lanka win, then it all depends on what happens in the games on Monday as to who goes through in second place. So it's a cagey start, I think, from Wales. Really, it's 24 for 1. As the bowler comes in down the leg side, that's another wide, I think.
Yes.
25 for 1. The Sri Lankan bowlers seem quite nervous. I don't know how many wides they bowled, 7 or 8 probably wides they bowled in the first few overs. That suggests that they might be a little bit nervous and tense. Yes, and I think from our batting, we're not seeing the shots from Richard Harris and John Jones that they're both capable of. And again, they probably think after that early wicket, Richard defends. They're probably thinking after that early wicket they need to.
True, right. And I mean, this is a very good wicket we have seen. This particular venue has produced a lot of high-scoring games. So, sir, other than that, just to conclude, a lot of you have played higher-level cricket. So, how do you rate this particular tournament? Like, what is the standard of game that you see from your opinion, like your personal opinion?
I think we played Australia, and the standard from Australia was incredibly high. I mean, their batting was superb. They had, the chaps got a big 100 against us. The bowling, there wasn't a loose ball, but what really impressed us was their fielding, as they were fielding like 30-year-olds. They were throwing themselves at the ball. They were making ground really quickly. That's another dot ball. And they were taking balls. The standard of the fielding there was incredible, and that's interesting because you come to a World Cup, you see how other people are performing, and you take it back and say, right, we have to get as good as that now. We have to get as good as that, and because this World Cup is still a very new idea, we're all still learning. So I would imagine that you'll see in 60s cricket, with the likes of Australia and England setting the bar, that a lot of the other countries will come here. We'll see what they need to do, and it'll give us targets when we go back to develop ourselves.
True, sir.
So the ball's in, down the leg side again.
Yes, sir, just a wide ball, and thank you very much for your company, sir. A lot of helpful inputs. So, any final thoughts, sir?
No, as you say, it's still a very, very tentative start, and I think it's too early in the game to say who's on top. And I would imagine that for the first 15 overs it'll stay very much like that. But it's just great to be here. Yeah, so we thank Chennai, and we thank you just so much for the wonderful, wonderful, lovely welcome you've given us.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure joining you. So yeah, 2 continuous wides coming up as far as his over is concerned. So just a ball left in his over, and Nalin keeping it right there. So 3 runs of this over just coming off wides. So end of the 7th over, 27 for 1 Wales. So Lal to continue from this end. So we've spoken a lot on what Sri Lanka capable as a spin bowling unit, and definitely their lengths have proved it up to now, and till the 15th over mark pretty important for Wales to just play through, because we know at any point in time we can accelerate at this ground. So wickets in hand, and pretty much very good approach this from Wales. An approach that is required for the situation. Maybe if I could maybe put it that way, it would be right. So just seeing through, playing through, because it's important that you need to respect those good balls. I mean, every time you won't get that bad ball, you won't get that loose balls every time around. So pretty important that they have to play through. And once again, that's well played. So in Lal, as far as Lal is concerned, he had a good game against India, and Sri Lanka would look to bounce back after that previous loss against Australia. Once again, bowling to their plans perfectly here. So as far as in any form of cricket is concerned, it's pretty important that yes, we can have plans outside the field. We have a lot of plans that we need to execute, but then when it comes to the execution point of view, once again, that's perfect length. So when it comes to the execution point of view, it's pretty important that they need to do the things right, and that's what Sri Lanka have been doing here, bowling that line. So once again, a dot ball to finish the 8th. So end of 8 overs, 27 for 1 Wales. So Nalin to continue. Once again has bowled down the leg side. So Nalin, although most of his runs have come through wides today. So pretty much, has to just make that small correction in line and length. Yes, the wides on the off stump, maybe they are kind of negligible, because for the fact that there is some kind of swing on this new ball, and pink ball is generally known for its lovely swing. And overall, a credit to Sri Lanka for the start they have got here, and the way they've bowled. Just to not give that loose balls. Maybe extra slight cause of concern, but once again that swing, and this time resulting in a wide. And at the other end, Wales, understanding the nature of this wicket, because as the shine reduces, goes away, the ball comes onto the bat beautifully. So pretty much, if they can stay here, nothing better than that for Wales. Harris is on strike now. Once again, well played that. So they'll get a single on this occasion. Yes, indeed, and well played as far as the shot was concerned. And guys, one good thing for Wales is that both these batters have faced a lot of balls now, and if you're going to spend time at the crease, you're going to watch the ball well. When you watch the ball well, you start to time it really well. That's flicked, very well flicked, just on the misfield, but they don't run the single. So many a times there is this misconception, maybe I would like to call it, for a batter when he leaves the ball. Does that give him confidence? Yes, it does. Many a times as a viewer, we tend to think that leaving the balls is just out of confidence. The batsman is out of confidence or something, is in that phase or something. But then it's definitely not that. When you leave a particular delivery, which means that you're watching the ball well, you're judging the ball well off the hands, so of the bowler's hands to be precise. So pretty important that this time a loose ball put away. So that's a boundary after a very long time, a much needed boundary for Wales. So that's the boundary. End of the 9th over, 34 for 1 Wales. Oh, that's well played this time around. But lucky on that occasion, not trying to get that inside edge. Maybe, after this particular start, Sri Lanka can just maybe bring in that short leg fielder. Once again, well played, keeping the length tight. So even though if Lal has bowled that ball short, the line was perfect. So the line very important there. And talking about the field set, just bring in that short leg, put that just a little bit of extra bit of pressure there on Wales. You've got this lovely start as far as Sri Lanka are concerned in the 10th over, 34 for 1. And why not experiment and just get one more wicket, you're in a much better position. But Wales at the other end have to block the good balls. Just give some respect, give themselves some time, and if they can, if this pair can, continue till drinks, that is the 15th over, or rather till the first power play, how you guys want to put it. So yeah, till that particular point, it's gonna definitely be a good approach as far as Wales are concerned. So that's the end of the first 10 overs. 34 for 1. Wales, pretty much, Sri Lanka have had the upper hand till this point. Once again down the leg side. Let's put the ball away and they'll get a boundary. So slightly drifting down the leg side this time around. So Nalin bowling back-to-back overs here. On to his 6th over here, if I'm not wrong. Just drifting down the pads and making it a full use. So in the past, 2 overs, just those 2 loose balls coming, one, a full toss down the leg side, and this one drifting down the pads. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a good length to bowl. Pretty important that Nalin has to keep that length right. Once again, well bowled that. So after the boundary, 2 good balls from Nalin. He's made a comeback. So post that boundary, a very good comeback. Nalin would look to do that. Once again, well defended. So he's kept the field on the offside, predominantly an offside field, and bowling according to the field. So as far as the approach of Wales is concerned, also at the other end, they're doing really well. They are hitting those loose balls. They know that if you spend time in this crease, you can go for big runs. You can score for really big runs, big hundreds. So such a good ground this one. Such a capable wicket that. Such a belt of a wicket. So the final ball of the 11th over coming up. Once again drifting down the leg side. Once again a wide ball. So pretty much if we have to check for just one problem there, I mean rather one somewhere where Sri Lanka have missed the mark, it's been bowling just a little bit of wides. That's well played this time. The fielder is off the chase, and that's a boundary. So 9 runs coming off the over. And at the end of 11 overs, 44 for 1, and pretty much there with three boundaries coming in the last 3 overs. Wales are there at the moment. So Lal is back for his third over, and in fact he's bowled 2.1 overs and just consider a run. So extraordinary bowling figures as of now from Lal, and we definitely look to continue it. So second ball coming up of this over, pulls it well, but that's very well stopped. So pretty much important for Lal to ensure that he has to keep this length, and interestingly, and speaking about the bowling of Sri Lanka, we've spoken a lot about the bowling. The fielding has also equally helped, because the bowlers can just bowl their lines and lengths right, but it's the fielder who has to support their bowlers. So as far as the umpires for this game is concerned, on-field umpires, both Sundar and Balaji, Mr. Sundar and Mr. Balaji, so both of them doing a good job till now. Very important, the umpires. Well played. That will get a single, so there is a protection there at deep mid wicket. Pretty solid field placement there. There is a man who's standing like somewhere around the cover point region. Not an exact cover point. Someone who's a backup for, say. Oh, that's well bowled. Just takes the offside edge. No harm there for Wales. So yet again a great over from Lal. Just one more run conceding in this over. End of 12 overs, 45 for 1 Wales. So one more over here for Nalin. This time cut hard, and he's placed excellently for 4. So just not getting his length right. The past few overs here, Nalin started really well. Used the swing initially well, but then this time it was short on the offside. and played it superbly to the boundary. So pretty well set here, both the batters, and that's what we're speaking. I mean, if Wales can see through that new ball, yes, the shine definitely would have come down a bit. We are almost the 13th over of the game here, so shine would have definitely reduced considerably. Once again they go for a quick single. So yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of just seeing through the new ball. The new ball off the surface does a lot. I mean, in the initial 10 overs, 7-8 overs, but once you see through that shine, in most of the wickets, I mean, in this particular wicket especially, we've spoken a lot about the nature of the wicket. That this wicket is a high scoring wicket, a belter of a wicket. We've mentioned it a lot of times now, and in these kind of wickets, the moment the shine is gone, the the game belongs to the batters. So definitely Wales have analysed that, and based on that they are continuously batting really well. So well played. That just is in fact a dot ball. So once again, after that boundary, just one run coming. Good over this. So from here, how are Wales gonna build their innings? I mean, just play the game face by face. Very, very important when you're just building an innings. That too, especially the top order batters. When you have lost a wicket, a lot of times it's very, very underrated, because even in the modern day cricket, you see, building the innings has become very, very crucial. That's a good shot. That it might reach the boundary. Yes, it does. So once again drifting down the leg side. That's the second boundary in this over. And Nalin. So a couple of boundaries. So pretty much Wales have got that partnership, are getting that partnership. So very important to Sri Lanka to maintain the pressure from one end and get the wicket. Once again plays it well, this time on the onside. We'll get a quick single. There is a man inside the 30-yard circle. So batting well here, Wales. End of 13 overs, 55 for 1. A full toss ball. It's an appeal there for caught behind, I guess. But indeed, there is no reaction from the umpire. In fact, there a leg before wicket, an appeal for leg before wicket, but then not nothing given from the umpire. So Suryan is back. In fact, that's his first over. To be beg your pardon, that's the first over. So from this end, Suryan will continue. And yes, I mean, pretty important that Sri Lanka don't lose control here, because just just the time that's partnership going on. That's well played. That's a good stop there from the long off fielder. Just a single. So how are the Wales team gonna take the game from here? Just play it face by face. Pretty simple. So say for instance they are 60 to 65 at the end of the 15th over mark. So that should be enough from here. They get a single, they get a quick single. So pretty important for them to understand that the last pretty important for them to understand that another 8 balls, and very important to play till the drinks break, because the drinks break is driven well this time. Once again there's protection there, so bowling to their fields here Sri Lanka, and getting consistent singles here, running between the wickets. So that's the magic of playing balls at the crease. Many a times people talk about strike rate and all that, but nothing better than just staying in there and meeting bat on ball. That's a great feeling. And once again a single to onside. So the last ball, end of the 14th over, 59 for 1 Wales. That's pulled well. In fact, just a misfield there. They might go for a couple. They in fact just settled with a single there. So very important for the Sri Lankans to strike at the moment, because if they don't strike here, so Richie is here to bowl. It's pulled well this time. Once again they go for a quick single on the misfield. This time good running and great calling. Calling is a pretty important part of the game, because we have spoken a lot of times that that's a 50 partnership. So very well done of the 12 overs, in fact of 72 balls, to be pretty precise. After that first wicket initially, Wales have built well here. Very important that they have to think about the score that they want to post here, because somewhere around 200 should not even they should think about 250 or 270 somewhere, because this wicket is definitely helps the batters, and they have done end of the 15th over. They are actually 60 odd, so 61 for 1 in fact now, so they'll be definitely around that mark, above 60. So pretty good. This they have rebuilt, consolidated with the bat superbly, and have to consolidate for a while now. And if because they are starting to get those singles, starting to approach beautifully, so that's something that needs to continue as far as Wales are concerned. Very close that. So end of the 15 over mark, 62 for 1 Wales, and very importantly that should be drinks. Yes indeed, that's drinks, and very well played as far as Wales are concerned. That's well played. That'll go past the fielders, but then he'll get a couple of runs. This particular ground doesn't travel. I mean, travel a lot because that's the nature of this ground. And the ball doesn't travel a lot. When sometimes when it's hit aerial, we can see a lot of one bounce boundaries on this ground. Pretty prevalent that, and desperately need to understand that they need to go for the shots aerial, because, or rather, running between wickets must be very, very good. Once again, drifting towards the offside. Wide called. So going well here. So Wales, after that start, have looked to capitalize, and at this point in time desperately need a wicket there, Sri Lanka, because the consolidation phase has definitely started, and both the batters now, Johns with 38 balls and 45 balls, Harris respectively. So very important for both the batters stay through, and if you have a set batsman that's pulled well, he's managed to find the boundary there. That's a great shot. And was ready to hit it and place it to perfection. So yeah, guys, we've spoken a lot about on what both these teams can do, and both these batters can do rather. So very important for this particular partnership to continue from here. And as far as Sri Lanka concerned, they desperately need a wicket. Once again goes for the full toss, but this time not able to put it to perfection. And very importantly, the second power play started, so they can have 4 men outside the 30-yard circle as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. Might be called a wide, yes indeed. So this particular over, very eventful one for Wales, and as we have spoken, they'll definitely look to accelerate post the drinks break. They have played till the point of drinks very well, and they have started this over beautifully. Nine runs coming off this over, and end of the 16th over, 71 for 1 Wales. That's well defended. So from this end, they've brought back the medium pacer Richie onto his third over. So very important that from somewhere they get that breakthrough, because once the batters are set, you just can't stop the run flow at this ground. Mind you, you can score big hundreds, massive hundreds, if teams can have that set batter till the very last moment. So very important for them to do that. Well bowled once again. So just 3 dots coming out this over. So how can Wales build the innings from here? Both the batters have been set. That need not worry about the fact that they don't have a set batter in. So both the batters are well set. In fact, face 40 or deliveries both the batters. So very important for them to ensure that they just get that important boundary every over, because once you can get 5 to 6 runs an over, that should be it, right, guys? So very important for them to ensure that they get an important boundary at every phase of the game, or rather at every over. If not for every over, at least get that one big over or 2 big overs in the middle and consolidate through for singles. That's a well played shot. They might get a boundary here. Yes, indeed, they get one. So that was placed to perfection by Harris. So first runs of this over, coming off a boundary, placed it pretty much superbly. And the last ball of the 17th over. So coming up, the 17th over has just gone for 4 runs up to now, and pretty much near 4.5 the current run rate. That's well played, well defended in the end. So end of the 17th over, and 75 for 1 here, Wales. So that's the start of the 18th over, in fact. So from one end they're having spin, and they're going pace with the other end. So very, very important for them to ensure that they're just playing through. The third ball this time cuts it fiercely well, but just a single, so they have protection there. Very, very important in order to these singles, they just don't help the bowlers settle with their line and length. So that's an important part of playing these singles as far as the middle overs are concerned. Pulls it well, pulls it to perfection. That's a boundary. Excellent placement has ensured that the ball has got to the boundary. That's well defended, an appeal there for LBW, but and 5 runs coming of it, and at this phase I think they are going towards the right path here. Wales just play, keep batting through that phase. I mean, play till at least the 30th over mark from here, 25th to 30 over mark here, and that'll take them to a very good score at the end of 18 overs. 80 for 1 Wales. So spin at one end and pace at the other. This might be a good strategy, but then need to get those wickets now. The current run rate is up to 5 and over. In fact, 4.5 to 5, 4.4 to be pretty exact. The current run rate. Most important fact that teams have to ensure that both the sides, they're doing really well here, but then it's important that both of these teams are in a must-win situation today to ensure that they move to the second spot. That's cut well, and that's a boundary. There are two fielders there. In fact, 3 fielders on the offside, but well played there from Jones. So starting to get those boundaries in this particular quick ground. That's what we were speaking. The moment the shine of the ball has gone away, it becomes very easy for the batters, and once the runs start flowing, it's very difficult to stop. Well defended once again. To be pretty honest, both these sides have played brilliantly in this World Cup, and as far as Wales are concerned, at the moment they're playing towards the target, and that's well played once again. But this time there will be a fielder to just cover the ball, and they'll get a single. The nature of the wicket is so flat, and the moment there are set batters, they can go big and never really, the ball doesn't threaten the batters. That's well bowled. So a dot ball indeed. Final ball of the 19th over, and close to run a ball conceded by Richie of going to bowl. Last ball was 4th over. That's well played, and they deny the single. They don't go for it. It's a dot ball to complete the 19th over. 85 for 1 Wales. So the new bowler here for Sri Lanka. They'll get a single to start the 20th over. Santa back onto bowl for his second over. Oh, just a swing. Swings the bat hard, but they go for a good single. In fact, that's a great call there from the non-striker. Normally, the non-striker's end is very important when the ball goes behind the wicket, because he or she is the one who has the sight of the ball going behind the wicket. So very, very important for them to understand that. Just doing the basics of the game perfectly here, Wales. But whatever said and done, this partnership going close to just about 70 runs at the moment for sure, and would need to desperately break the partnership. Who's gonna give that breakthrough? Maybe Lal, who's been bowling extraordinarily today. Maybe will he brought back? That's a short ball once again. Just misses to didn't place it properly. Indeed, would have got a boundary, but nevertheless they have got a single on this occasion. So we are going to cross the 20 over mark, and if we're going to play longer formats, I think, or rather the 50 over formats, or even this particular occasion 45 over format, somewhere around 4.5 at the end of 20th over, they go once again, they run on the overthrows. That's superb stop there on the boundary. In fact, they have stopped 5 runs on this occasion. So just in fact they've saved 3 runs. Maybe you can put it that way. 2 runs coming off the ball. So backing up, on this occasion we saw how important part of the game backing up is. If your backups are perfect, you can just stop those, runs, extra runs that will come back to haunt you when you're chasing. So that's a dot ball to end the 20th over, 91 for 1, and going good here, approaching the game perfectly here, Wales. Well defended that. Good start by Keith. So, after that good start, when given with the ball, they need a desperate wicket here. Sri Lanka have allowed a big partnership to build over here, and if this partnership takes on up to the next 5 to 10 overs or so, this can turn venomous, or rather dangerous, however you want to put it, as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. So desperately they need a wicket here. Both the batters set with Harris batting on 32, the skipper. And because from the situation they have rebuilt beautifully. They have picked those loose balls. They haven't hurried. They haven't gone for any kind of loose shots. They have understood and played for their strengths. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. That's the right length. You need to drag the batters forward. Yes, on a couple of occasions we saw excellent shots, through the covers, placing it to perfection. If the batters hit it that way, I think the bowlers would not mind those runs. That's gone. So that's gone there. In fact, so no harm there. So end of 21 overs, 91 for 1 Wales. So single to long off. So I think that after the previous over, Sri Lanka have gone on the right track. A maiden to start the previous over, and they go for a quick single behind the wicket. So yeah, they've got a maiden here, and from that maiden over, you can see in the replay. Yeah, pretty much important to understand that if they can control runs here, don't give any boundaries. That's just a single. There is protection there, so don't give any boundaries to the batters. Just stop those singles. Make it a 4-run over, 3-run over. Or for another over. Don't give those boundaries. If you're not going to give those boundaries, that's going to pile up the pressure. Definitely, going to go for their shots. Don't bowl those loose balls. So that'll in turn put the pressure back on the batters and eventually make way for the important breakthrough. That's well driven and gone behind the wickets. There's a chase for the fielder. They'll just get a single there. So last 2 deliveries of the 22nd over. In fact, gonna reach the halfway mark here. In fact, this one called a leg by the umpire off the pads, so called a leg by. So the final ball of the 22nd over coming up, and as we have spoken a lot of times, this has gone well. So yeah, straight to the fielder. So end of the 22nd over, 96 for 1, Wales cricket.
Lasanta for the first ball from him. Just a dot, a little push on the covers region, but not enough power to cross the fielder straight to the point fielder. Excellent shot, lot of width offered, well capitalized by Jones. What a shot that was, placing the ball in the right region where there is a gap, and it's a boundary.
So just a single there. 24th over. In fact, that's a dot ball. They don't run on a single, and yeah, so going good. That's flicked well. Once again, there's a man there. So the previous over, they've got that boundary. Wales, so very, very important that they don't concede the boundary, Sri Lanka, and pretty much off pressure here, as far as Wales cricket are concerned. So they should go good, and from here build a massive partnership. And if even one batter from here can take the game deep, can go for a big 100, especially Jones, who's in fact played at the better strike rate as far as balls played is concerned. Ryan Harris, who stayed here for a pretty long time, and Jones picking up the loose balls to perfection, and both the batters playing well here. Cut well, cut fiercely. So they'll just get a single off the misfield, and there is man guarding the boundary at the deep on the offside. So the last ball of the 24th over. That's well played. They'll go for a quick single, short third. So going good here. 24 overs, 103 for 1 Wales. That's pulled well. He managed to find the gap. The fielder covers great ground. Just a couple of runs there. So going good here as far as Wales are concerned. After that wicket, they have built up seriously well. And with another 21 overs to go, how much can they target and when are they going to accelerate? That'd be interesting to see from here, because the run rate just around 4.2 mark now, 4.3. So when are they going to actually accelerate? From the 34th over. That's well stopped. Beautiful fielding there inside the 30-yard circle. His reflexes were put to a test, and he really responded well. It's cut well, cut beautifully for 4. Managed to find the gap. Hits. That's the 50 for Jones. So getting his 50 in style there, and has to go a long way. In fact, has played with a better strike rate of these two batters. And as far as we were talking about a lot about from where, at which point are Wales gonna accelerate, and if Jones can stay through, that should be a pretty easy task. That's an appeal there. So denied by the umpire. So no run of the last ball. A dot ball to end the 25th over. 108 for 1 after 25 overs. Wales. That's well cut. Just protection once again. So very important that boundaries do not come, and or rather do not give boundaries here, because that wicket, any one wicket here, and if especially Sri Lanka would love to get the wicket of Jones. If they can get that, the chances of a comeback are higher. Just get us on the pad. That's well played, but could stop that. So Sri Lanka definitely fielded well and going good. So once again hit well. This time a chance for a boundary, but then the fielder covers ground. So looks like, they're looking to play this way till at least the 32nd over in order to keep going. Well driven this time around on the onside. That's the 100-run partnership. A pretty good one as far as Wales are concerned, and a match turning one, pretty importantly. That's well played once again. They'll go for a single on the onside, and so that concludes the 26th over. 112 for 1. That's a dot ball to start the 27th over, and they'll play like they'll approach like this up to the drinks break. That's well played once again. Played on the onside. They go for a quick single, and the throw has come to the keeper's end on this occasion, and pretty much important that 21 deliveries to go, to be precise 3.3 overs for the drinks break, and if this pair can bat in a similar fashion throughout, that's going to benefit the Wales side. Because at the end of 30 overs, if they can just get to somewhere around that 130 to 135 mark, they can deal in phases. Phase wise, we can actually always split the innings, and if teams can win phases, the initial phase, if you can approximately just put a phase wise comparison, the initial phase was definitely won by Sri Lanka. And till the 15 over mark they batted, and this time he's taken the aerial route, and a beautiful stop on the boundary there. They get a couple of runs. So 4 runs coming off the first 5 balls in this 27th over, and and to be pretty precise, yes, as we were speaking, the first phase was won by Sri Lanka definitely, and in the second phase, at this, that is overs from over 16 to up to now, 27th over, they have done well, and that's a boundary. Easy pickings. So that means that that's 8 runs coming off the 27th over, 120 for 1, and going steady here, and will look to accelerate here, Wales. It's a white ball. So as far as this over is concerned, the medium pacer Keith has returned to have a ball. Starts with a white ball of the 28th over, and pretty much the last 3 overs before drinks, and just play through, don't lose any wickets, and if they can get up to a score of say 15 runs, get to 135, can be very confident of their approach. Pretty good that. So the field set, one good thing is that they'll go, they can have up to 5 men post the 30th over. That is the third power play, so pretty important for Wales to plan their game, how to accelerate. That's a good shot. Oh, just on the misfield, that doesn't go to the boundary, so safe there. They'll get they have come back for no, they just get a couple. So 61 runs. Jones at the moment has to play through. That's very well picked onto the pads, and he's picked it to perfection. Once again, that's a bound. It's a good down the leg side, gone down the leg side. They've made full use of it. Going perfectly well here, Wales, and in fact 8 runs have come of the first 3 balls. This can cut out to be a very good big over. In fact, he's hit it this time. Has he cleared it on the full? No, that's bounced, so that's a boundary. Just before the drinks break, he's trying to put the pressure on Sri Lanka. With another 2 overs, they can target around 12 more runs. So this phase will definitely, belong to Wales. End of the 10th over, they were around the 34-run mark, and from there on, they have once again goes down the ground, and that's gone all the way this time. So as of this over is concerned, is this over that changed the momentum towards Wales? 18 runs coming off the first 5 balls, so 1 more delivery to go. This has been a very, very expensive over. Definitely Jones targeting this particular over. The appeal there. Off the pads. So leg by signal by the umpire. So 19 runs coming off the overs. Very, very costly over. End of 28 overs. Wales are 139 for 1. Just one run coming off the first two balls here. And slowly marching towards his 50 here. Is Harris playing a perfect role. You know, definitely the anchor role these days has become very, very underrated, and in a slightly longer format, or the 45 or 50 or format, you need to have that role. That role becomes very, very important. You need somebody to stay there, and Ryan Harris playing that anchor role to perfection. Well played this. Oh, straight to the fielder, but it's well done. So Sri Lanka in need of wickets. No, if they can get a wicket at this moment, or they can definitely look to make a comeback. So solid comeback. Goes for it. Fine shot. So they'll just get a single. So the pretty much 3 runs coming off this over, and one more ball to go. Kusal onto his fourth over, just conceding 13 runs. Thus, hit it well this time as he placed it in the gap. Very well fielded. That's very good fielding. In fact, there was slight confusion there, but indeed resolved in the end. So end of 29 overs, 143 for 1 Wales. Setting the perfect base here, Wales. Point in time, that's the end of the 30th over. If they are 150 in any form of game, you can be very happy as a batting unit, because in the last 15 overs, if there is one set batsman, and mind you, they have 9 wickets in hand, so wickets in hand will be very, very important. All the batters can freely express themselves. This time some part of batter pad, maybe. Yes, indeed. I think so, it's pad, so a legal delivery in that regard. So yeah, Lal to continue there, bowling his 4th over, has bowled really well, has got a maiden here, and yeah, already, and onto his 4th over, just considered 2 runs. So brilliant bowling just before the break. Can he deliver a wicket here? If he can do that, a great bonus there, and especially when both the batters are settled very much. Closing on to his 50 here is Harris. Has faced a lot of balls. Has had so much time at the crease. The strike rate really doesn't matter, but then when you're playing an anchor role, all you need to do is you need to stay in there. And 5 dot balls. Excellent over this. Nevertheless, even though if this over can end up as a maiden, it would be in fact Lal's 2nd maiden. Excellent lengths. Once again, that's given gone. Tried to play across the line to a straighter one, and straight up, but then nevertheless Sri Lanka have got the 2nd wicket. So end of the 30 overs and the 2nd power play, 147 for 2 Wales, and it'll be time for drinks. We'll resume after drinks. Thank you guys. That's well played. Hit hard, but there's protection there. Oh, just bounces over the fielder. Uneven bounce on that occasion. So Wales will. And however their runs come, Wales won't mind it. Nevertheless, they've got a boundary there. Just that uneven bounce doing the trick there for the fielder. He guides it fine for a single this time. So in the recent past few overs, Sri Lanka have bowled a lot down the leg side. Maybe this just that being a cause of concern. Bowl slightly straighter lines. No, after that new ball, the shine has gone. The batters have really done well. That's well played, well swept. Beautiful that. That's a boundary. So once again, and that's a second boundary in this over. So the boundary is starting to come here, and Sri Lanka pretty much important that they don't give those boundaries. That straight away takes the pressure off. So in no time they've got 10 runs off this over. So yeah, one down the leg side due to uneven bounce, and this one drifting down the leg side. Have to bowl, just keep that length right. Lal has done that in the past today, and he needs to keep it right. Once again, well played. So 10's coming off that 32nd over, very useful over for Wales. End of 32 overs, 160 for 2. That's well stopped there at mid-off. So apt time to accelerate here. That's well played. Well stuck there, just a single. They might push for a second run. They don't, yeah. Again. That's the chase there for the keeper. They get a couple of runs. So as far as England are concerned, they are just looking to, play the ball through, keep going. That's very important. Lal to continue, and he's hit it hard. Well stopped there by the long off fielder. Very well done. So in this particular ground, they need to, they have that batting prowess from here to get around 120 runs. That's well played. That's going there to the boundary. No, that's a good stop. That's a good stop there. Yeah. It's a leg by signal by the umpire. So just 5 more balls to go in this over, and how much is potentially a target that Wales can set here? Somewhere around 250 to 270. 270 should be a very good target, because somewhere 6 runs and over. I mean to just get that run rate from ball one is not really easy. Definitely not easy, and provided they are definitely tensed from ball one, the chasing side. Oh, that's well taken. Just that, the ball bouncing. So yeah, good stop that. That's well played once again. So Lal continuing with excellent line and length here. He's on to his 6th over, just conceding 13 runs. And the last 2 balls of this over coming up, and that's guided well. That might reach the fence. Yes, it does. So that's a boundary. Picking the loose ball beautifully. Three boundaries, if I'm right, and yeah, and all of those 3 balls have just drifted down the leg side. Otherwise, he's had an excellent day with the ball. Given the key breakthrough here, when they needed the most, just before the break. So executing his lengths to perfection. Sri Lanka would, expect that he would continue to do that. That'll be the end of the 34th over. Yeah. So 172 for 2 Wales at the end of 34 overs. So a single to start off the first ball of this over. So going good here. Wales have to just keep their momentum going through. A clear chance there. A chance at the baller's end. That's gone. A much needed breakthrough there, resulting in a run out. If I'm not wrong, Carpenter, I think, is the man who's dismissed. I have to give a check. Yeah, so anyways, that's the 3rd wicket down for Wales at the end of 34.2 overs. 173 for 3 Wales. He's hit it well, but straight to the man. So 2 and 2. That's what Sri Lanka needed. So 173 for 4. So 2 and 2 at the end of 34.3 overs. 173 for 4. And Sri Lanka just looking to make a comeback in the game. So that's the resumption of play, and very much there in the game, back in the game here. Sri Lanka have taken 2 wickets. So of the last 10 overs, this will massively, this might decrease of the run rate, and pretty much important that they have to stay. That's well defended, yeah. So the final ball of the 35th over. Oh, that's well bowled and beaten. So end of the 35th, 173 for 4. Wales cricket. So another 10 overs to go. What is a practical target that Wales can think about? Or somewhere around 70 to 80 runs would definitely help the cause of concern as far as Wales cricket. So 36th over to be bowled by Lal. Bowled well, so just need to get through the overs here. The obviously in the 45 over format, the final 9 overs mark, is the death overs, so pretty important for them. Once again, well defended. So need to play for a while here. With both the set batters gone, desperately, they need to play along. And what is the good thing about Sri Lanka is occasionally that they have got both the set batters out, and in fact that will take the target around 230 to 40 marks. So yeah, pretty important for them, and if they can get settled on this wicket, because this is such a belter of a wicket, just comes onto the bat beautifully, and if you get a shot or two and start watching the ball well, the last 9 overs, definitely around 60 to 70 runs, a mere possibility. Well defended. Once again, the final ball of the 36th over. Hits it well, hits it hard, but there's protection there on the, and he's come back for a second, maybe a chance at the keeper's end. No, the throw has come to the wrong end, so yeah, they get a couple of runs comfortably. So that's the end of the 36th over, 176 for 4. So Kushal is back, he's on to his 8th over here. And a gone. Is he gone there? Yes! Hit it straight to the fielder. As far as Wales are concerned, so 100. Being an issue, so pretty important for them to for any two batters to just stay there. I mean, of the last pushing the total towards the 240 mark is pretty much defendable, and if you have the resources with your bowling, that should do it for you. So no runs coming off this over. That's well played. So so that's a boundary. Very important that uh, at least they go run a ball. If they can go run a ball from here, they can go up to 20, somewhere around the 228, 230 mark. Just that one big over in the middle can take them to 240, 250, which is a very defendable score, maybe, if you like to put it that way. Yeah. So just a boundary coming of the first 5 balls, 4 runs conceded, and Kushal is onto his 8th over as we were speaking. He's bowled extraordinarily well. Just 3.37 an over, and going well here. Defends it in the end. So yeah, end of 37 overs, 180 for 5 Wales. So Keith has come back. That's well timed. So yeah, run a ball from here. That's what that they should think, England, as far as England are concerned, because if they can play another 5 to 6 overs in the last 3 overs, even 10 runs, 11 runs, it's a huge possibility. That's hit fine. That's hit hard. That's a protection there at the long on boundary. So just a single. So middling well both the batters. Always the feeling of hitting the middle of the bat is very, very important, because most probably, in most cases, when a batter middles the ball, right, whatever the result of that particular ball might be, irrespective of the result, that feeling of middling the ball for a batter, gives a lot of confidence. Just gets a single. I know. So just a single, good backup there from the fielder. So 2 more overs to go. 2 more balls left in this over. In fact, 2 more balls left. Nice. Hit well. That's hit well. Once again, they have protection on the offside. The long off, is slightly wider. Not like the normal long off that they have. They have a mid off. They have an extra cover and a cover point like fielder being placed. Oh, that's a good ball. Had some width on offer, but the batsman fails to connect the ball. So just 3 runs coming off the 38th over. 183 for 5 Wales. That's well driven to start the over. So Kushal on to his last over. Kept the length perfect. He didn't try much. Has kept things simple. Has kept the ball on the right spots. So breaking that partnership, doing a lot of wonders here. This particular ground, we even witnessed yesterday that what had happened. What actually happened was, to be pretty honest, West Indies were going really well, towards the target, and there was a similar, occurrence where 2 wickets of 2 balls fell, and that was, that gave control for India, and that's a fine shot. In the meanwhile, and that goes to the boundary for 4. Yeah, so shots like these very much important for Wales in order to get to that target they have in mind. Somewhere around 240 250 would be definitely make proceedings comfortable. Kushal once again goes this time around, sit down the ground, but there is a man on the onside boundary. Sometimes just going for that shot across the line for the off spinner might be risky in a few occasions, but that time around did it to perfection. That's well played once again. A dot ball, so 5 runs coming off this over, and need not get desperate here. The Wales, they have to have the target in mind and can bat accordingly. I mean, one big over will change the complexion. Just a single once again to long on. So that's the end of the 39th over, and Kushal has also ended his spell. 1 for 33, very well bowled. Just an economy of good bowling spell from him. Comes to an end of 39 overs, 189 for 5. That's well played. That's a misfield there. That might get to the boundary, but no, doesn't travel there. The ball doesn't travel, so get a couple of runs. That's been a prominent feature of this ground. The ball doesn't travel a lot. No, on the ground shots, but on the aerial shots, that's completely the vice versa. I mean, the aerial shots, the ball travels beautifully on this wick ground. An appeal there, it's the pan that's gone, given. The umpire straight away lifted his finger. So yeah, 191 for 6 here at the end of 39.2 overs, and definitely Keith getting the wicket here for Sri Lanka and making to look a solid comeback. Looking to make a solid comeback here as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. So 191 for 6, 39.2 overs. Once again a single to this time to the onside. So yeah, 5 overs to go, and in fact 5.3 to be pretty precise. Yeah, 230 around somewhere. Should be helpful for Wales. Oh, a direct hit and the batter was gone. Had to walk back. That was a direct hit. So managed to get 5 runs, although they have lost a wicket of a run out there. They've managed to get 5 runs off this over. A boundary of this delivery would massively help. That's a misfield. The ball travels quick here on this occasion. Just a single, so 6 runs coming off that over. End of the 40th over mark and 190 for 6. And just 5 more overs to go. Will Wales accelerate? We have to wait and watch. So Keith is back for 41st over. Goes for a swing, but a white ball called indeed, and yeah. So just 5 more overs to go. That's once again well defended, well played. In fact, Sri Lanka would never mind those singles at this point in time. All they would need to restrict is the boundaries, and definitely need to get around the 230 to 40 mark. Here Wales to just give themselves a chance to defend the target. Once again, superbly driven on the offside. So ensure that at least they get the runner ball target from here, and not sure they waste deliveries here, because those boundaries might come 1 or 2 boundaries here and there. So that can push their target around to 240. So 4 runs of the first 3 balls. Hit well, but very well stopped that. So Sri Lanka, yes, have had a mixed bag as far as fielding is concerned. Yeah, but then, going good here. Until the moment your team is in control of the game, that shouldn't bother you. The handball in a straighter one. End of the 41st over, 199 for 7, and we can very well say that Sri Lanka are in pretty much control and have desperately looking to reduce the target around 30 runs. So yeah, that's the end of the 41st over, 199 for 7 Wales. So the 42nd over to start here, and goes hits it well, goes down the ground, but well stopped there, putting the body on the line for his side there. Very well done. So this particularly, this fail set, pretty good fail set. This they need to, as far as Keith is concerned, they've got their 200 here. Wales, pretty important landmark reached. That's well played once again. A single to the leg side, and although great call, that excellent call that from a non-striker. Today, plenty of runouts. In fact, that run out changing the complexion of the game. And on this occasion, somehow the non-striker has ensured that he's prevented a run out by calling well. That's hit hard. That's a boundary. So much needed one towards the fine shot that. Once again, this might also go to the boundary. Yes, it does. Hits it straight, and this time slightly. Bowen here for the man who's done really well. So 10 runs of the first 4 balls, last 2 more balls to go of this over. If they can go well, once again hits it well, but protection this time around. So just a single, and so that has ensured that that's taken the target on 210 runs. So if they can complete around somewhere around 240, as we have spoken previously, can just give themselves a chance of defending. Oh, that's a beautiful ball to end the 42nd over, 210 for 7. So that's a good start to the 43rd over. Definitely, there's no 2 in that. So yeah, as far as Wales are concerned, they're definitely looking to get as much as runs as they can, attack throughout and just play along. So the next 2.5 overs, potentially 30 runs. should, give themselves a belief that they can definitely defend the target. Against the game against India, they fought a low scoring thriller, so they have the resources as far as bowling is concerned, Wales. So 240 is definitely a fighting total, and that too if you can get a wicket or two at the start, that sets the game there. Once again, that's played well on the onside for a single. So 4 runs coming off the first 4 deliveries. A boundary would definitely do a lot of good for Wales. Once again, that's well played. This time no runs off that ball. So that Sri Lanka have managed to make a very good comeback at one point when both the openers and number 3 batting, it looked solid as though they would get to 270, but they have managed a very good comeback here. They've desperately reduced the target by a few runs, so they complete the single there. End of the 43rd over, 215 for 7, and the run rate is pretty much stagnant at 5 runs per over. Oh, that's well played. They'll get a quick single. So the relatively better set batsman takes the strike on this occasion. So Bowen standing throughout. As much as the balls that he'll face of the next 11 is very important. Oh, just short of the fielder. Somewhere around 240, a very good possibility, and if both these batters can take Wales there, as we have spoken, we have a game in our hands. Because relatively, the second innings, we have noticed that the ball might, have that swing initially, because the wicket breaks up every time after 45 overs, balls on the wicket. So definitely there'll be some kind of help initially for the medium pacers. Not only for the medium pacers, if the spinners hit the right length, it's definitely not easy to hit. We've seen the first 10 overs till the point the shine was there on the ball. It was never really easy to get those runs. Once again, well played. That's a good stop. So just a single there. So Sri Lanka very good with the fielding today. Have managed to stop a lot of runs. Camera. That's well played. A quick throw there, but they manage a single in the end. So the final 2 delivery, in fact the last ball of the penultimate over, the 44th over to come, and 220. A boundary of this ball would do a lot of good, but then he might go for a single here. He's hit it well. They go for the single. So Bowen, the set batsman, will take strike for Wales in the last over. Pretty much important that. End of 44 overs, 221 for 7 Wales. So the last ball to start here, the last over in fact to start here, dead ball. And at the end of 45 overs, so Nalin is here to bowl the last over, would be 7th over, and relatively the happy dressing room would definitely be Sri Lanka. That's a good shot. So it's a maximum to start the last over here, the 45th over. Just took that single. He's the set batter, and he's got a maximum of the very first ball. Much needed runs. Every run values gold at this moment. Once again, this time trying to go down the leg side, but it hit his back. So yeah, no runs off that ball. 4 more balls to go, and somewhere around the 240 mark, if they can get 12 to 13 runs off the last 4 balls, would be very good as far as Wales are concerned. That's well hit. They'll get a single, and they push for the second run, and he did get it comfortably in the end. So 8 runs coming of the first 3 balls. So they have reached that close to that 230 mark. Just if they could get 10 runs of the next 3 balls, that would be massive for Wales. That's well played, well hit, and they'll just go for a single there. That's very good fielding on the boundary there for the man at long on. So yeah, so last 2 balls, 230 for 7 the score here. This is sensible batting there, understanding that there is a set batter at the other end. The big just getting that single. So Bowen to play the last ball, 231. If they can end with a boundary or a maximum, it would be very good. He's hit it over the top, and that might just race away to the boundary. No, indeed, there is a fielder there. That's very well fielded. That they'll get a couple of runs to just complete the innings. End of 45 overs, 233 for 7. Yeah, definitely, end of the first innings, 233 for 7. Jones, playing a massive knock of 90. The skipper Harris getting 46 runs to his name. But other than that, when both of those set batters lost their wickets, definitely, I personally feel that Wales would definitely feel their 20-30 shot, and credit to Sri Lanka, the way they've bowled. That's desperately made them give a comeback into this game. So very well bowled Sri Lanka, and pretty defendable target this Wales. If they can go well with the ball, we have a great game in hand. So 234 runs to win of their allocated 45 runs for Sri Lanka. Thank you guys. We'll resume in the second innings. So 234 to get for Sri Lanka, and starts off the innings wide here. So pretty much, yeah, this target achievable on this wicket. The required run rate around 5.2 and over. That's well played. So Wales desperately need a wicket here. I mean, they need wickets. If I could pluralize that, it should be, the perfect thing as far as Wales are concerned, because they need to keep taking wickets, because this is a very good wicket to bat on, and use the new ball well. Very, very important. So just ensure that just keep the speeds right. So very important to know on what they should do here. Once again, well played. So keeping the length right. So just a run of the 3 balls. Oh! And did it just pass off the outside edge? We have to check through a replay. Was that a chance to get the initial breakthrough for Wales? That's well played. So quick single. A direct hit. And maybe that would have been curtains for the batter there. So calling, pretty important part of the game. We have stressed on that point a lot of times now. So last ball coming up of the very first over. So this, as far as 232 is concerned, this is a slight bit of definitely in the tricky target, I would say, because it is important to stay in control. That's pulled well this time, and this shot was hit with full control there. No, up to the occasion. So end of the first over, Sri Lanka 6 for no loss. A pretty decent start here. That's a wide ball to start from Bowen. So 7 for no loss after the first over. Very important. Once again, well defended. To mid down. Once again, well played. This time goes straight to short third man. Plays it well this time, and that's a boundary. Full use of that shot. You know, the field restrictions for the first 15 overs, and just 3 fielders allowed outside the 30th circle. And that's used to full perfection there. Fine shot. Took the aerial route and got the reward for the same. So pretty much the start expected by Sri Lanka. Very important for them to play for a long time here. Just give their team a start. I mean, take the game as much as you can, and from there, the rest of the batters can keep their heads calm, and from there on just take the game. So that plays a crucial role. So there resumes the play, and so this boundary with the boundary, it becomes very important that control the boundaries here as far as in Wales are concerned. They look for a quick single, but then the fielding is very good. So what Sri Lanka must do here is that they should get that boundary every single over. If they can get the boundary every single over, that's gonna help their team's cause. Once again, well played this time. So end of 2 overs, 11 for no loss, and a pretty good start by Sri Lanka. Just that run rate of 5.2, and they're pretty much sitting there, so can get the proceedings right here. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Just a hint of swing, and went past the bat. Good start to the over. And the going is perfect at the moment. As far as England are concerned, they need to or rather Wales are concerned, they need to keep the pressure going Once again, that's a good ball. Get the length right. Pretty much important. Because there is a moment, there's a problem that you have to counter. That's the line and length for the batsman. So keep it perfect. The moment you keep the line and length of the ball perfect, it's going to work in your favor. So that's played again for mid off. So going well here. So white ball there. So just to very good over. Starts off with a white, and so just the conclusion of the third over here. 12 for no loss. Sri Lanka pretty much there in control. That's a good shot, but that's the end, and a good over this for from the Wales point of view. Just a run coming. In fact, that also from an extra. So end of the third over, 12 for no loss, Wales. So good shot that. So we have Mr. Hugh once again with us in our commentary box. Welcome back to the commentary box, sir.
Thank you very much. It's it's a finely poised game, this, I think. You say that about 230 is the par score here, and Wales just got a little bit more than that, but then Sri Lanka made a confident start. So too early to call the game, of course, at the moment, but I think it's very, very much in the balance. Either side could win at this stage. Sri Lanka started well. Wales need wickets. I think they know they've got to take 10 wickets, bowl Sri Lanka out, and that's the only way they can win this game. I think if Sri Lanka then know if they can bat 45 overs, they'll get the runs. So very straightforward game of cricket at this stage. We'll see.
Sure, sir. In my opinion, I feel that a pretty comfortable start. He's put it away on the leg side. Just a loose delivery and making it. In fact, very important this opening start for Sri Lanka, and sir, as you mentioned, I feel that it's somewhere definitely at par, but then within the 10 to 15 overs, 2 or rather maybe we can go over about 3 wickets would help the cause of concern for Wales.
Yeah, I think Wales are going to take 10 wickets. I don't think they'll mind when they take them, but obviously the earlier you take the wickets, the more pressure it puts on the batting team, and I think with the game so finely balanced, Wales will want to be taking early wickets.
Yes, sir. I think that just attack. I mean, maybe is the field slightly too defensive? What's your opinion? Like, can they attack with a gully straight in? Maybe a slip, a gully. Find a man catching at covers. What do you think?
The wicket is getting flatter,
right,
so there's not as much bounce in it as there was early on. Early on, we saw the Sri Lankan opening bowlers getting a fair bit of seam and movement. That seems to have gone now. We've had 3 hours of sun here. The wicket's got flatter. And they say that it gets flatter here. We know that you know, in most wickets, but in this wicket in particular, we've been told it gets flatter. So maybe you can't attack the batsman too much. Maybe you've just got to bowl well, you've got to set defensive fields, and you've got to frustrate the batsman out. Maybe that's what you need to do.
End of the 4th over, Sri Lanka 17 for no loss. Yeah, sir. In my opinion, I feel that, but most of the times, sir, in summers, what tends to happen is, in my experience, I'm telling you, the wicket, you know, if it starts to get used up, I mean, a 45 over used wicket. In fact, in a T20 game also, that tends to happen. The wicket starts to break, right? So any wicket tends to break, but due to the, obviously, you know, the temperatures here are pretty much high. That in summers they touch around 40 degrees Celsius. So the wicket tends to break, and that might actually, you know, help the spinners on.
It's interesting. If you look at the track that's next to the track that they're playing on,
yes.
Obviously hasn't been watered so much because it's not being used today.
Right.
And it's actually crumbling, that wicket is.
Right.
There's huge lumps coming off the top of it, and that was after sort of 15 overs of the Wales innings. I'm sure this wicket has been watered, and therefore it's not going to crumble quite so easily, but it's had 34 degrees sunshine on it for what, 4 hours now. So that's bound to dry it out, and it's bound to make a difference to the surface. And if the surface next to it is anything to go by, then as it dries out, well, that's another 4 runs to backward point there to Sri Lanka. Yes, so Sri Lanka making a very confident start here. 21 for naught, and we're in the 5th over, and they've hit some good boundaries. Still, Richard Harris, the captain, who opened the batting for Wales today, made a fine 48. He's opening the bowling as well, and this is Richard's 3rd over now. Adjustments in the field, another man going out onto the deep cover boundary, sweeping for Wales after that last shot. Harris is in. And again, a confident shot off the back foot, and it's that man who's put out on the deep cover boundary who fields the ball, Tony Smith. Ball comes in. John Jones, the hero of the batting innings, with a fine 90 runs, stops the ball and throws it back to skipper Harris. Again, another adjustment in the field. This is a left-hander facing now. And it's Gareth Edwards at mid-wicket being moved round almost to square leg, and then Tony Smith out on the boundary, moving further round to sort of I think we call it cow corner in Wales. Let's not try and be too technical about this. Cow corner, which is sort of somewhere between deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. So Tony, fine fielder, is out there. Gareth in front of him. Richard Harris is in, and the left-hander, it doesn't matter where you put the field when the batsman's hitting the ball like that. There's not a lot you can do to stop him. So wide long on is where that ball went. Tony Smith's got a 40-yard jog around to throw it back. And so the fine Sri Lankan start continues. Ball goes back to Richard Harris. Here we are, let's have another look at that shot. That was actually the next ball. We didn't get a replay of that 4. Much more sedate shot from the batsman there. Ball goes back to Harris. Sri Lanka have 26 for naught now. 4.5 overs gone, 1 ball at the 5th over to go, and Sri Lanka starting off at 5 and over, which is just about what they need to win this game. So that ball's gone through to Ryland Wallace, but it didn't take the edge. Well, it did take the edge. It did take the edge. No, it didn't take the edge. I wish batsmen wouldn't put their bats under their arms when there's been an appeal. I thought he was walking back to the pavilion there for a second, but no, he was just going to have a little chat with his co-batsman at the end of the over. So no wicket for Wales. Don't get too excited back there as you're eating your cornflakes in Pont Llanfraith and Skewen and Clynderwen. It's nothing I'm afraid to get excited about. I got excited about it. I shouldn't have got excited about it. I apologise profusely for getting excited about it, and if I've upset your breakfast, what can I say? I'm really sorry. 5 overs gone. Sri Lanka, no wickets, 26 runs, and it's Kevin Bowen to continue from this end. We haven't really given them a name yet, these ends. I mean, I could sort of say maybe the top end where Richard Harris is bowling on, or maybe sugarcane field, cornfield. I'm not an expert on these things, but there's something growing in there. And then this end, Bowen comes in, bowls to the right-handed batsman. It's no runs. What might this be? I don't know. The flats end, that doesn't sound very exciting, does it? And there's so many blocks of flats around here, it'd be hard to distinguish with it. I'm going to have to come up with a better name for this end before the end of the innings somewhere. So Kev Bowen comes in again, bowls. It's on the back foot and he's steered it away backward a point, and he's going to get another boundary. Takes the Sri Lankan reply onto 30 now. Far too comfortable a start for Welsh liking, I would have thought here. Of course, let's not forget this is a huge game in terms of the group. The winner basically assured of second place. The loser probably have to be satisfied with playing off of the 5th to 8th positions. It's another ball out to cover, but that's a fine take by Neil Williams. Stops any sorts of runs at all. Neil Williams fielding at cover. Throws it back to Kevin Bowen. So both bowlers play the club cricket in Pembrokeshire, and the fielder at cover also plays his club cricket in Pembrokeshire. Four guys in the Welsh team today playing down in Pembrokeshire. It's another dot ball. Stuart Carpenter also plays at Tish, and I do believe that there are a lot of people from Tish listening in, so hello to you yet again. That's a great bit of fielding. Lovely bit of fielding there by Dan Piggott. Ball comes back to the bowler. So another dot ball there. Sri Lanka 30 for naught still. Yes, what's the weather like in Pembrokeshire today, guys? It's probably the sun's just about come up now, I would have thought. I'm still finding it difficult to adjust with this 5.5 hour time difference here. We're 5.5 hours ahead of you here in India. So I do have the habit of sending texts to my loved ones at very, very strange times of the day or night. So I apologise to you all for that. I am struggling to add and subtract 5.5 hours from the time. It's as simple as that. I can't make any more excuses for it. You'd have thought after a fortnight I might have worked the system out, but no, not yet. So 6 overs gone, 30 for naught. 5 is the run rate, and it's a fraction over 5 is the required run rate. So Sri Lanka will be particularly happy with this start, given that they haven't lost any wickets either. Get the sense that wickets will be the critical factor in this game. If Sri Lanka can keep them intact for long enough, they should reach this target quite comfortably. So the challenge for Wales is to make things happen, pressure on the batsmen, make them make mistakes, make them do things they don't want to do, and hopefully pick up some wickets. So it's Richard Harris to commence the 7th over of the innings, his 4th. He's in, bowls, and it's played back defensively to the bowler. No run. Richard Harris gets back to the end of his mark, turns, comes in, bowls. It's well up to the batsman, and he drives it confidently through extra cover, and they'll pick up a very comfortable single. And really at this point that's all they need to be doing, picking up 2, 3, 4 singles and over, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. With a left-hander and a right-hander, so again the rotation of the strike in that way means that Wales have to change the field, they have to stay alert, which again we know in this heat is every little movement can be quite taxing for the fielding side. Richard Harris in again, bowls, it's up to the batsman, confident shot out to mid-off, picked up by John Jones. Back to Richard Harris, no run.
So what do you think at the moment? What can Wales actually do to get a wicket? I mean, things going completely Sri Lanka's way. What do you think?
They just have to keep bowling straight, and they have to not give the Sri Lankan batsmen easy scoring strokes. They can't have easy boundaries. They've just got to keep bowling straight, and in the hope that Sri Lankans get frustrated or that they make a mistake. And that's the key, you know. If you bowl the ball wide of the wicket, short, you're not going to take wickets. You're unlikely to take wickets. If you bowl it up to the bat and straight, you're bringing LBW into it, you're bringing bowled into it, you're bringing caught behind into it, and you're bringing a half shot that can pop it up somewhere in the infield. Yeah, exactly. So that's what you've got to do. You've just got to bowl a good line and length and just hope that the batsman makes a mistake.
Yes, sir. And as you mentioned previously, I mean, the left-hand right-hand combination, I mean, that is just kind of, you know, making things slightly difficult for Wales, because as you said, you know, you need to change the field every ball. The lines of the bowlers, you know, matter a lot. I mean, I personally feel that so end of the 7th over, 32 for no loss, Sri Lanka going pretty steady here. Yeah, sir. So getting back to the point, as we were speaking, I was just telling you about the it's not really easy for a bowler. I mean, to come back, you know, bowl a ball to a left-hander. You know, he bowls a pitch of delivery to a left-hander, and let's say that, you know, they just go for a single, and that same delivery to a right-hander, you know, drifts down the leg side 4 runs. So never really easy that. I mean, not many of them speak about it, right?
No, but it is. I mean, I'm a left-hander, so I know it makes a huge difference. If you're batting, usually as a left-hander, I'm batting with a right-hander, and if you can just take 1, 2, 3 singles and over, you definitely see. And that's out. That's out. Confident appeal, LBW. Kevin Bowen has taken.
And many a times, you know, we are there who analyze the game, and we just can't go, you know, tell it to the players. I mean, I have this wish, sir, like how will it be if the players are able to hear the commentary? Have you ever felt it, sir?
I think if the players could hear the commentators a lot of the time, they'd get very frustrated at us, and they'd say, "What rubbish is that man saying? That's not what's going on here at all." But I guess all we can do is, yeah, people have got pictures at home, but we need to put some sort of words round it. A lot of people will probably be thinking the same way as we're thinking. They're saying, "Oh, this looks tough. This is how no one's going to get a wicket. What do you do?" So it's up for us really to suggest to them, well, you know, it is tough out there. It is a good wicket. It is relatively easy to bat on. And what we've seen so far is if the ball's a little bit off the line, it's an easy hit. The batsmen stick it away for 4. I don't know if people at home can appreciate quite, you know, the outfield's very fast. They certainly can't appreciate how hot the sun is here.
Definitely. And I personally feel that this outfield traditionally is not actually the fastest. I mean, if you just take, I mean, when Wales were batting, to be pretty precise, that big partnership, beg your pardon, I just don't remember the name of those.
John Jones and Richard Harris.
Richard Harris, yeah, exactly. I mean, both of them were so good with the bat. But one thing that we noticed was when they went aerial, they were able to either clear it, or the ball went, you know, 1 bounces, 2 bounces into the rope. Yeah. So which actually means that the outfield is slightly slow. I mean, we saw plenty of 2s and 3s. I mean, right, you know, on this side of the side screen, to our left, in fact, and to our right, you know, behind the wicket, hell a lot of runs. I mean, to be honest. So, what is your opinion on the outfield?
Well, it's interesting. I walked around the outfield earlier, and as we're looking now, as Kevin Bowen comes in, and again the Sri Lankan batsman's happy just to carefully watch it back to the bowler. So as you're looking past the wicket keeper and down towards the side screen, you're right to the left of the side screen. So third man as we're looking at the screen now, very fast, very dry, very fast outfield. Kevin Bowen in, bowls on the back foot, but again straight back to the batsman. But then to the right of that side screen, all the way along that wall that we can see, and so essentially as you're looking at the screen now, just about to mid-wicket, there are trees, there's shade, the grass is very long, and it's actually very wet.
Right.
I don't know if there's an irrigation system or something out there,
Okay.
but it's very wet. So obviously, when you've seen all the Wales innings, single there to Sri Lanka. Throughout the Wales innings, we saw the ball going down there and stopping.
Right,
The grass is long, the grass is thick, and the ground is very wet down there. So it's very interesting.
And maybe I just have another factor in mind. If the ball, travels from on-side, that is whatever you told, the mid-wicket regions, exactly where the trees are and all, and there is pretty much grass out there. So when the ball goes out there, does it, make a difference with the condition of the ball? Because you mentioned that's wide down the leg side there. They might come back for a couple. No, they settle just for a single.
Yes.
Yeah. So does that make a condition of the ball slightly wetter? Does that signify or make an impact in the game? That's the end of the 8th over 34 for 1 Sri Lanka.
And it's interesting. I've seen the ball when in the last 3 or 4 days we've been playing at other grounds that are a lot drier, a lot harder, a lot less green than this. And the balls have been quite rugged after about 15-20 overs. There's bits hanging off them. People at home would probably see 2 or 3 times this season on a dry day, or if there's a concrete wall or something, they'll see a ball that can have little bits coming off. It's very scuffed and everything. Here in India, what we're finding most days is that the ball gets very scuffed very quickly because everything is so hard and dry here. Today I noticed the ball after about 30 overs and it didn't look as if it had been used that much, and I think that's a reflection on the green outfield that we've got here.
So that means that you say that there is no impact due to that region, right?
Not as much as there's been in other places. I mean, it is a lot greener here. There's more grass on this outfield than we've seen in the fortnight we've been here so far.
True, and definitely needs to be said, such a belter of a wicket there, right? Definitely we're gonna witness more high scoring games on this venue, because that's my frank opinion. Because yesterday, if not for those 2 wickets by India at a crucial point in time, I think 300 would have been chased easily by West Indies, because on a previous occasion in the initial phase of this tournament, 290 had been chased by a side batting second here. So that's what the stats suggest, and in my opinion, I think that even at the moment the wicket is kind of milk white. Yeah.
I mean, what we've been told is that the Super Kings use this as a training and academy place,
Super Kings, yes.
and that what they've tried to do is to reproduce the conditions in the Chennai Stadium as much as they possibly can.
True.
So Richard Harris in, bowls, and it's watched carefully back to him. So that what they've actually done is to try to reproduce a wicket that's as similar as possible to the stadium in Chennai, so that they can practice on a wicket that's similar to the one they played at the IPL games. And I don't know if that's true or not.
Sir, yes, sir. But traditionally, from as much as little cricket I know at Chepauk, what I frankly feel is that the wicket tends to tear up a little bit. I mean, traditionally it's more of a batting wicket. I mean, teams batting first. That's a single on the offside.
Oh,
that's a
close.
chance to run out.
No, I think he was just in. We'll have another look at the replay maybe in a minute. I think that was just in, but it was very tight. Great bit of fielding from Gareth Edwards, I think, fielded that. Was it Gareth, or was it... apologies, I think it might be Chris Hudson. It's so difficult. All the Welsh boys obviously wearing the same kit, and they're all wearing red caps, and it's quite difficult to see. Although I spend every hour of every day with them, it's funny how suddenly you don't recognise your own friends. There we go. Richard Harris in. It's a dot ball.
Yes, sir. Getting back to the point where you asked whether the Chepauk wicket is a similar one. Yes, definitely. It is favouring batting first, because a lot of day games, tend to favour the side batting first. So because as I was speaking, after the 20 over mark, let's say 4 o'clock Indian Standard Time, the afternoon game start. And what happens is if the
that's close again.
That's very, very close. That
not given. Not. Look at that. No, we won't. So sorry. Yes.
Yes, sir. So what I feel that once that 5:30 in the evening time, the wicket starts to tear up. Once it's used a little bit, and the spinners can come into play, and it slightly starts to starts with the slower ones.
And we just saw there that ball was well hit and went down into that long grass, and it just stopped completely. And what would have been a 4 in any other part of the ground So it just became a 2 there.
Yes, sir. End of the 9th over. So 37 for 1 Sri Lanka. Yes, sir. So what I personally feel is that this is kind of a similar wicket. Yes, you're right. But I feel that it's more batting friendly. But then one thing I noticed, which is very similar to the Chepauk, meaning the MH Stadium in Chennai. So that particular wicket. So it is that you have value for slow bowlers on this wicket. Because as much as over the years since you bought the IPL, you've seen the Dwayne Bravos do really well for the Chennai Super Kings, solidly because of the slower one. And yesterday I saw in the Indian spinners keeping it tossing it up slower through there. Whenever they banged it in short, they've actually punished. But then the moment they tossed it in, that's well left. So toss it up slower in the air. The batsmen found it difficult. I mean, even if they tried to step down and go for the big shot, they couldn't actually clear the boundary. So, there are signs, but I feel this is slightly more batting friendly wicket than that of the stadium at Chennai.
Okay, and I think we've seen a couple of balls in this over. Kevin Bowen's bowled it straight, he's pitched it up, and it's very difficult to get away. And I think that's the key again on this wicket, is keep it up to the bat, keep it straight, and it's hard to score. The minute you give it any width, the moment it's dropped in short, it's easy pickings for the batsman. And again, that's another one. He's just back of a length, just outside off stump. Batsman's in two minds about playing it, lets it go through to the keeper. So I think hopefully Wales are learning how to bowl on this well, but we'll see. It's they've pulled it back a little bit since they've taken that wicket. It's down to 4 and over now. So Wales will be a little bit happier than they were maybe 15 minutes ago. But again, you see, he's dropped that ball short. 4 runs. 4 runs. Got to pitch it up.
Have. But one thing is that, as you have mentioned, and we have mentioned in commentary time in and time out, you keep that length, you escape from the batters. That's very, very important.
Absolutely. It's almost so predictable. We read in this game so well. Line and length, they struggle to score. But again, it's down short down leg side. Could have been a 4. Given a wide. Fairly straightforward what needs to be done here, isn't it? Line and length, chaps, line and length. How many times did our parents drum that into us when we were kids? Line and length, line and length. So, he looks for a single there, but Johnny Jones came in well from cover. Got it in, tried to get it into the keeper, but it doesn't matter. It's another dot ball.
So, yes, sir, and it'll be pretty interesting to ask you one question that I've been, the Indian wickets here.
Oh, so much difference. I mean, they're made in a completely different way to start off with. I mean, it was explained to me the other day how you make your wickets here, and you actually, it's almost like you prepare. That's 4 runs. That's another one that's just not quite right. 4 runs, and you sort of build every wicket. The score now is 46 for 1 off 10 overs. So again, Sri Lanka having a good over there, picking up a couple of boundaries. Yes, you build it up, and then at the end of the day you tend to soak it, redress the surface, roll it again, and it's almost like a brand new wicket. In Wales it's a completely different game altogether. I mean, you're basically dealing with the land you have. Yes, we put loam on it, we put stuff underneath, gravel and sand and everything underneath, a similar sort of thing to try and help it drain in that way. But it's essentially it's an earth and grass wicket there, and you need to roll it and roll it and roll it. And if you're lucky enough to have 3 or 4 days without any rain on it, you'll get a reasonably hard surface there. But the moment it gets any rain on it, it goes again. We tend to use the wicket maybe 1, 2, 3 times, and then you have to put it to bed. And you have to sort of just fork it up, reseed it, and just let it grow again before you can start playing it. That was a dot ball from Richard Harris. He's starting his 5th over now. So it's just completely different in every way to Indian wickets. We've much larger squares. We have to have much larger squares because if you can only play sort of 3 games on a track, you need 8, 10, 12 tracks on a square to be able to play a whole season on it.
Okay. And sir, is the you told that there are constant rains. I mean, we as Indian fans know what rain. As an Indian fan, I just want to ask you, due to the rain, do we see the movement of the surface? Like someone like a legend like Jimmy Anderson, we know from ball one can just bowl the way that he does. Do you think that the swing factor is sheerly because of the
You can guarantee in the early overs of the innings the ball will swing and the ball will seam. It'll swing because, and that's a well taken single by Sri Lanka. It'll swing because of the air conditions. It's quite windy there. There's usually some atmosphere there that will help the ball to swing. But there'll be dampness in the wicket, and obviously that comes up, that causes the ball to swing. But there's also a lot of bite in the wicket. You look at your outfield here, and you look how soft it is in some areas where it's a bit wet. That's more like a Welsh wicket. That's what a Welsh wicket is like.
So you mean that it'll have a hell of a lot of dew on it?
Not dew, rain.
Rain, okay. Yeah, sir, because the one you told me there reminds me of those winter wickets that we have here. Because during winters, you just come here early morning, 6:30. You come here, you play a lovely game of cricket. You come here and you just take a look at the surface.
Good shot. You'll get one out to deep extra cover there. Sorry, yes.
So at that moment, you see so much of moisture on it. So what that in turn causes is the ball starts to swing. So do you mean that 365 days a year, even in summers, you get rain in those conditions, right?
No, you don't always get rain, but you usually had rain a couple of weeks beforehand, so it's in the ground. And so you prepare a wicket, you roll it. The more you roll a wicket, the more the moisture comes up. And then, if you can have 3 or 4 or 5 days, even a couple of weeks without any rain, there's still moisture in the ground. It's always coming up out of the ground. And the score at the end of the 11th over, 48 for 1 Sri Lanka are. So they're still going very well here. They've recovered after that little blip that followed the wicket. So yes, as an opening batsman with a new ball, 9 times out of 10 you'll face a ball that swings and seams as well, because the ground has got enough give in it, or it's got enough grass on it, that the seam has got something to grip on. So that's what cricket is like. Whereas here, we did actually see a teeny bit of swing and a teeny bit of seam here early today, but then I'm told this is a green top. There is grass on there, so there's more for it to grab onto. But most of the time we've been playing on baked mud, and it's just straight through.
Yes, sir. More of the magic of Indian tracks. I mean, you go. This is more of south of India that you're right at the moment. But you go more of north of India. You go to Mumbai. You go to the places like Punjab. To be pretty prevalent, there are some places in India. So more of the southern wickets. You come more of south of India, it tends to get hotter, right? So that's why what happens is you mentioned the fact that the ball straightens up the moment it pitches off the surface. If there is no shine, maybe in the initial 4 to 5 overs till the point where the ball has its shine, it tends to move. The moment the shine is gone, in my opinion, definitely the ball straightens up. The simple reason is that the weather conditions. The more hotter it is, the more easier it is for the batsman to play.
So we've got a change of bowling here now. First change of bowling for Wales. You've got slow left arm spinner Tony Smith coming on to replace Kevin Bowen. Do the ends have names here at this ground?
Yes, sir. We have it at the Chepauk ground. Maybe not here.
No, not right.
Not here, because this is more of a stadium where we play higher division games.
Yeah. So you don't. This end doesn't have a name and that end doesn't have a name. So we just say far end and near end then.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, you can go ahead with those names, sir.
So we're at the near end. Tony's bowling at the end that's nearest to us. Near end. Slow left arm. This is his first ball. He's come in over the wicket to the left-hander. Who puts it through the covers for 4 runs? It's always the danger with the left arm over, bowling up the left-hander. It can bowl a little bit outside the off stump, allows the batsman to open up his body, play a lovely safe cover drive through the ball, and we've seen the result there, 4 runs.
So what one opinion I have is that, you know, he's definitely going to toss it up. He's going to invite the batsman to hit the ball. So why not, you know, pack the offside with the catching covers, you know, have a man, just do something different. I mean, have a silly mid-off. Try to do something that induces a wicket, that you know, tells the batsman, you know, go hit at me. If you want to hit me straight over covers.
Ooh, I think no, there was prodigious bounce there. Prodigious bounce. Ryland, the wicketkeeper, took that up near his chest off a spinner. So maybe that could be interesting if you can get that sort of bounce.
Yes, sir.
And again, it bounces high.
And we've occasionally seen extra bounce on this wicket. So even in the previous game, in the second innings, you know, towards the very end, say, you know, past the 30th over something, we saw that extra bounce. I mean, that extra bounce gave the West Indies some trouble, and
that's gone. It's gone. Caught him bowled. He's bowled it up to the batsman, and he's just put it straight back into the bowler's hands. Caught and bowled.
Sir, did you notice one thing? Once again, the commentators, whatever they said has happened for a second consecutive time.
We must be doing a good job then.
Yeah, because, you know, we were telling telling to toss the ball up.
Yeah.
Just invite the batsman to hit. And he went for the shot and had to be dismissed. Has to walk back, and has done a pretty good job here. John Pace has to walk back for a very well made 30 of 38 balls at the end of 11.4 overs, 52 for 2, Sri Lanka.
He's been a danger man, and the reason that Sri Lanka have come off to such a good start is mainly down to him. He's hit some beautiful boundaries. He's looked very dangerous, so that could be a very vital wicket for Wales. Very vital wicket.
So that means that we have a game in our hands, don't we, sir?
I'd say so now.
At the moment.
Yeah. Well, we've said all the way along, the only way that Wales will win this is to take 10 wickets.
Right.
They've taken 2 so far. And Sri Lanka are about, you know, they've taken 20% of the wickets they need to take. Sri Lanka are 20% of the way they need to get to their total.
Right.
So it's a good game.
Very much in the balance, sir. And in my opinion, sir, what can just, you know, what can Sri Lanka do from here, and what can Wales do from here? Because in my opinion, what I think that Wales, you know, keep things tight. I mean, the 15th over you have the drinks break. So till that point in time, you know, keep bowling those dot balls, keep pushing those, keep pushing the batter forward, because we have, you know, day in and day out spoken the fact that, you know, the minute you put it in short, the bowl it in short, you're going to get punished.
Well, it's interesting to talk about drinks breaks, because we were told that the moment that the temperature went above 32 degrees, that there'd be 3 drinks breaks rather than the 2 drinks breaks. And it was 34 degrees at tea time just now, so I know that the captains were discussing with the umpires as to whether there was going to be 3 drinks breaks, which I think, if that's the case, they'll come off for drinks at the end of this over. So we'll find out in a ball's time whether they're having the 3 drinks breaks because of the temperature or the 2 drinks breaks. But as far as Wales are concerned, it's just keeping the screw on now, and it's bowling exactly what Tony Smith bowled there, up to the bat, straight, giving the batsman no opportunity. And what are they doing? No, they're staying on, so they obviously didn't agree the 3 drinks breaks.
No, sir. I think maybe with the 15th over, they'll just come up for drinks. That is the mandatory 1 hour break that they take, and from there on, what I think is that, sir, strategically, can Wales just 3 more overs in the hunt, just go all the way, bring spin from both the ends, right?
Well, I think Richard Harris, the skipper, usually bowls his overs all the way through. He bowled 9. He opened up, bowled 9 yesterday. Took 3 for 31, I think, or 3 for 33. So he tends to bowl his 9 on the bounce, and it looks as if he's carrying on now. This will be his 7th over, and his 12 gone. So this will be Richard's 7th over. So I would imagine that Richard will bowl this right arm seam all the way through for his 9.
Okay, sure, sir. And yes, sir. If the skipper can just step up and get a wicket here before the drinks break, nothing better than that for the Wales, sir. Definitely, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they can take another wicket for the drinks break, great. But I think, at the moment, it's a matter of contain Sri Lanka. The danger, they look as if they've got the danger man out. But I have no idea what these batsmen are like. They've scored a lot of runs in this tournament, so...
Yes, sir. You're right. And
I mean, and there we go. That's the superb back. Was it gonna go? Yes, it has. It's just gone. That's a lovely shot.
the boundary signaled by the umpire. And yes, sir, you just wanted to know about the Sri Lankan batsman, right? So Gary Gunshekhar, who's been batting now, he's the skipper of the Sri Lankan side, and he got a very useful 50 against India, because that wicket wasn't really, the ball wasn't coming onto the bat. It was a pretty kind of a turning wicket, to be pretty precise, because the ball was off the wicket turning. Initially there was movement for the seamers.
Harris is in again, he's on the back foot, but it's been stopped. Good, yes.
So the ball was just doing its tricks out there, but then he stood along after an initial wicket, batted really well. So this guy is also a danger man, the skipper himself, the Gary Gunshekhar, definitely a man to watch out for. So as much as from the Wales point of view is concerned, they would love to get him out very early, and from the Sri Lankan point of view, they would want their skipper to stand and go along, someone like a Kumar Sangakkara.
So Gunasekara is the left-hander, yeah?
Yeah,
who's just come in.
Exactly.
Right,
So the skipper himself,
yeah. Yeah. So you're saying that he could now be the key wicket for Wales to take?
True, sir, because as much as I saw his scores and the game I covered against India, he's that one who grinds through. So because if for those kinds of players, I think that this is an apt target. Somewhere down the line, 4.5 to 5.5 runs and over, I think they can carry it through. They can play singles around, get that occasional boundary or two, once in 2 overs, and just keep the scoreboard ticking. That might definitely can't say irritate, but then yeah, give problems to the bowling side.
So yeah, I mean, this is what we say. Sri Lanka bat 45, they're going to get the runs. Wales need to get 10 wickets, and this game is very much in the balance. That's the end of the 13th over, 57 for 2. So scoring rate being pegged back slightly, just over 4 now, and 180 runs required in 32 overs. So the game, the asking rate is pushing up towards 6 and over, 5.5, 6 and over, yeah, isn't it?
And most importantly, sir, as you told me, 2 more overs on the trot. If you're not going to consider any boundaries here, I think England will be happier dressing. Beg your pardon. Wales will be a happier dressing room, getting into the drinks break, right? And when you're gonna come back after the drinks break, I mean, we've spoken a lot. Any format of the game, any level of cricket that you play, the drinks break, a batsman to come back after drinks break and just play through and take his time, it's definitely not easy. They're going to play like from ball one, so it's pretty important that contain them for 2 overs, don't give those easy boundaries, and maybe they'll look to get a wicket after the drinks break, because if the moment the run rate moves around to that 5.75 mark, it can definitely be slightly tougher for Sri Lanka.
Well, I mean, that's the first thing when you're defending a total. The first thing you want to do is you want to try and push that run rate over above 6.
Right.
Because the moment you push it above 6, the batting team are then going to start thinking about getting a boundary every over.
Right. Exactly.
So Wales are pushing it now towards 6, so they'll be quite happy with this. And then once you can get it to 6 and over, then it's a matter of deny the boundaries.
Right.
When it's under 6, it's more, you've got to stop the singles.
Yeah.
But once you get it over 6 and you know that they need to hit boundaries, it becomes a different game then. He stepped away nicely from that and tickled it down the fine leg for it.
But one thing I feel is that just one more wicket here, and if the rate, the required run rate, you can just go above 6, and have if I'm not wrong, post 15th over, you can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So stop all the scoring areas. Have a sweeper have a sweeper behind, right? Have a mid wicket. Stop those pull shots. Even if you're gonna bang it in short, you're just gonna give that single and keep the length intact. What do you think, sir?
Absolutely. It's nothing's changed here, really, has it? It's not a wicket that's favours the seamers. It's not a wicket that's giving prodigious spin to the spinners. It's not a wicket that you can step out there and say, if I just chuck it down, then I'll get some wickets, And so bowling line and length not only forces the batsman to mistake, and
once again,
that was almost another one, because again that bounced a lot higher than we expected. And also by denying them runs, you're pushing it up, you're making the batsman do different things. And if you can't bowl them out, you've got to find a different way of getting them out. And that's, by bowling line and length. And again, that's another lovely ball. You just get the sense any minute he's going to get a tickle onto one of those and he's going to be gone.
And more importantly, sir, we were talking about line and length, and I personally feel that on this particular wicket, like this particular ground, I feel the line is more important than the length, because you can absolutely bang it in short, but if you're gonna keep that off stump line, like not outside off stump line, I think we've seen it in the past 3-4 deliveries. You cannot give yourself width to cut the ball. So pretty important that you should keep the line right, whatever the length may be. If your line is perfect, inside the stumps, I mean not outside, or rather not too much down the leg side. So if it's gonna be on the 3 stumps, I think it's gonna be great. So the line is more important, especially the spinners.
Yeah, I mean, again, sense says the longer the day goes on, the more sun that's been on that track, the more two pace it's going to become. We've already seen some balls bouncing prodigiously.
Right.
If that's starting to happen, you might get the odd ball keeping low as well. And if that's starting to happen, then the only thing you can do, that's another good shot. Tony Smith was slightly short, and the batsman rocked back onto the right foot and pulled it away through mid-wicket. What a lovely shot. What a lovely shot. And here we're going to see this again? No, we're not. Don't worry. I think that's the end of the over. Sri Lanka now moved on to 63 for 2 off 14 overs. Good over for Wales that until the last ball, and that boundary relieves it all, and it brings the rate within reachable distances again.
No, sir, I think pretty much 5.5 is not that danger zone. It's somewhere in the middle. 1 or 2 good overs, 1 or 2, or rather wicket there will bring things closer for Wales. But at the other end, the skipper and the other batter, Pereira, the man at the other end. So has to be someone who takes the game deep. I mean, if they can play till the 20th or 22nd over, I think this game will belong to Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it's a wicket. I think once you're in on it, as John Jones and Richard Harris showed, once you're in on it, it's quite easy to pick off runs. And if you're picking up 3 or 4 singles and over anyway, it takes the pressure off you.
And then
You can
boundary.
wait for the bad ball, occasional boundary, and suddenly without even trying, you're scoring at 7 or 8 and over, and they only need 5 and a bit.
Correct.
So at the moment, I think you're absolutely right. If they can carry on like this for the next sort of 10 overs or so.
Second banged it short.
But it's a good bit of fielding. Good bit of fielding from, suspect, yes, that's Gareth Edwards, a backward point who made that bit of fielding. I think it's hit him on his leg and he's feeling it a little bit, but he's a big brave man, is our Gareth. He'll come back. Big smile on his face. Go on, hit me again, he'll say. He'll be fine. He'll be absolutely fine. He got battered all over the place yesterday, but he's still back looking for more today. Big, strong, brave man. That's another dot ball.
And sir, I just wanted to ask you, from your time, whom did you play with? Did any of you guys play with the England internationals at that point in time? If I'm not wrong, someone with the likes of Ian Botham, those kind of players.
No. I mean, Richard Harris has played for England over 60s and over 50s in Ashes tests. Ryland Wallace has played for England over 50. So Ryland and Richard are the two who played in Ashes tests. England and Wales play separately, but then when they play the Ashes series, England and Wales play together as England.
So you have sorry for the interruption, but then do you have an Ashes series even for the over 50s? I mean,
yeah, over 50s, over 60s.
That's pretty
always
interesting, sir.
Series, yeah.
Very, very interesting that. And how's the rivalry in that particular Ashes?
I think that England have won the last 3 series. I know when Richard went to Australia about 3 or 4 years ago, he played in all the tests and they won there. So I think England have been the better side for the last sort of 5 or 6 years. I may be wrong, but that's my understanding.
You mean more of the vice versa of the senior side?
Yes. Do you know, I really don't know what's happened in the last few Ashes series with the senior sides. I'm out playing cricket the whole time when the Ashes is on. But yes, certainly coming into this tournament, I think England were the slight favourites. But what we hear is the England boys are struggling a little bit with the heat. And they're not maybe carrying on to make the sort of totals they'd like to be. They've been winning quite comfortably, but some of their biggest run getters are not getting the runs that they wanted. We break for drinks, 15 overs gone, 64 for 2 on the board. So I say, yeah, Sri Lanka probably just edging it, but the next wicket could be critical. Yes, so the England players are finding it a little bit difficult in the heat and probably not carrying on and scoring the totals they'd like to. Whereas we've seen the Australians and we've heard the Australians scored. They were 90 for 7 today apparently in their game, and they still made 300 because they've got 11 batsmen there. They've got 8 or 9 bowlers in the team as well. They're a team of very, very good all-rounders. But the thing that struck us about Australia was the standard of their fielding was just incredible. And as I said, I think when we spoke earlier, that will be a big learning point for us from this World Cup. True. You need to come to a World Cup, you need to see what everybody else is doing and to see the athleticism of the Australians and to see how good they were fielding. I think that will raise the bar for us in terms of our skill levels that we need to go back and practice when we get home.
Sure, sir. Pretty much, happy to have all of you guys here. I mean, and very much, happy to have you in the comm box, sir. So happy. I mean, sharing so much of experience. I'm, to be very honest, I'm just doing my university now. So, to sit with someone who's played a lot of cricket, hell a lot of cricket.
I'm very old.
Yeah, play hell a lot of cricket and share so much. I mean, what I learned was how much ever you higher you go or how much ever cricket you play, the mindset to open up and the capability to learn more, the curiosity to gain knowledge is very important.
I mean,
so that's what I learned.
There are so many factors to cricket. It's not like, lots of other team sports. Yeah, they're complicated and things like that, but there are so many factors to cricket. You've got the batting skill sets to start off with. And even just as a batsman, you will never, ever stop learning. Mm-hmm. And even if you know something, you can lose the muscle memory around it. So you have to relearn the muscle memory, how to play the on drive. And and you can play it one week and you can play it. You need to relearn it. So there's the skill set. There's the skill set for bowling. There's the skill set for fielding. There's the skill set for wicket keeping. So you could be doing just that and never stop learning. But then when you start thinking about the tactics that are involved and how to bowler against batsmen against fielders, bowlers with fielders, the wicket conditions, the weather conditions, the state of the game. It's such a wonderful game. And I don't think you can ever stop learning. And that's, I think, what makes cricket, maybe for me, the most fascinating sport and maybe the one that I've stuck with most. Because no two games are ever the same, are they?
Right. So definitely. I mean, that's the beauty of commentary, right? Many of them tell that it's monotonous work. It's definitely not monotonous work. One day you see a team getting all out for 100 and bowling out the other team for 80 odd. But the next day you see the same team getting bowled out for 100 and the other team chasing it comfortably with just 1 wicket down. So a lot involved in the game, sir.
Well, and again, it's fine margins. Tony Smith can bowl now. He can hit a solid piece of ground. It'll come through as a half volley. The batsman will hit it. He can pitch it without even knowing it. 1 centimetre further forward, it hits a crack. It shoots along the deck. The guy's bowled. He's bowled essentially the same ball. He doesn't know what he's doing. He does know what he's doing, but he doesn't know specifically he's aiming for that crack. And just that one crack can completely change the outcome of a ball.
Exactly, sir. I mean, even in Test cricket, we have seen that off the wicket, if there is some carry, I mean, just an inch forward, the catch drops, right? So it's a game of margins, sir. I mean, off the outside edge, if it just moves a centimetre away, the batsman's gone. Like it might,
Oh, that's a great stop in the covers. Dan Pickett, I think. Dan Pickett backing it up. Let's see if we can see. Yeah, it was John Jones made the stop in the covers. Great flying stop. He certainly saved his side 4 runs there. So that's a show of intent from Wales after the drinks break.
Yes, sir, definitely would have re-strategized their plans and would have definitely understood on what they should actually do. I mean, if it's the best time to take a wicket, it is now for Wales to just put that pressure back on Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
right?
what we don't want Sri Lanka to do here, from a Welsh perspective, is to build a partnership. You know, I think he said it right. The first 10 overs after drink break is going to be critical. If Sri Lanka can remain as 2 wickets down, they'll be firmly in the driving seat. Which means that Wales really want to be taken. That's a well-taken single. Wales really need to be taking a wicket in the next couple of overs to maintain the pressure. Otherwise, the game could run away from them.
Correct. And in fact, sir, what I personally feel is that if they can play till that 18th over mark, and mind you, even if they play a lot of dot balls, and that run rate goes above 5, 6.5, they can actually find those boundaries at will. Once again, the line's little bit onto the off stump, and the batsman is beaten on that occasion. So yeah, they can find those boundaries at will if they are going to play for another 6-7 overs. So pretty important for Wales to strike here, right?
Yeah, pretty well. And this is probably the guy that's most likely to do it, Tony Smith. I mean, Wales have got another 4 spin bowlers in the side. They've got another left armour in Peter Doyle, and they've got 3 off spinners in Dan Piggott, Chris Hudson, and Gareth Edwards. So there are plenty of spin options, but probably Tony is probably the most dangerous of our bowlers.
Sure, sir. And hope that he does the best. So what do you think about the next few overs, sir? I mean, we've spoken a lot about it, but who could come next? I mean, you said the skipper himself might bowl 9 overs on the trot.
Well, he's bowled 8, so I would very much imagine that he's going to bowl himself out now. He's got 1 over left. He's gone for 29 in his 8 overs. So he's been excellent. So I'm sure that Richard is going to bowl out, but I'm wrong. Richard takes himself off after 8 overs, and he's going to bring the off spinner Gareth Edwards into the attack. So we don't usually see that in cricket. When an opening bowler bowls all the way through, when he gets to 8 overs, he normally bowls the 9th. But must be some thinking on him. Wales have plenty of bowling, so they won't be worrying about sort of bowling sets of 5s and 4s and 6s and 3s to make sure that they share the overs properly, equally between the 5 bowlers. That won't be a factor. They've got 7, 8, 9 bowlers in this side today. Plenty of frontline bowling, so they won't need to worry too much about that. So yeah, Richard Harris takes himself off after 8 overs, and Gareth Edwards, the off spinner, comes on. He's bowling right arm over to the left-handed Gunasekara, and this is a first ball. Gunasekara's back, flicks it to backward point, fielded, back to the bowler. Stuart Carpenter doing the fielding there at backward square leg. Gareth Edwards in again to Gunasekara. Pulls. Oh, just over Carpenter's head. Just over Stuart Carpenter's head. It's gone for 4, but on another day, that might have been out. Quite a risky shot from the batsman. Quite a breeze picking up now. Very, very pleasant. Very, very pleasant. So, Edwards in again to Gunasekara. Brings him forward. It's it back to the bowler. No run. Edwards walking back to his mark. Batsman's ready to face. Edwards is in, bowls, it's up to the batsman, brings him forward, pushes it out to backward point. Tony Smith fields, no run. 71 for 2 in this, the 17th over. Run rate required creeping up towards 6 and over. Edwards bowls, Gunasekara's back, watches it carefully, back to the bowler, and that's another dot ball. One ball to go in the over. 71 for 2. Edwards in. Bowls. It's up. And plays a forcing shot but doesn't time it properly. And it goes straight into Tony Smith's hand. That's the end of the over. Sri Lanka 71 for 2. So 162 needed from 28 overs. Run rate required 5.82. If I'm the odd figure out here from time to time from what you can see at home, that's because the sun is so bright here. It's actually very difficult to see a screen that's about 2 foot away from my nose. So that's the only excuse that I've got, is the sun's very bright and my eyes are old and I can't make it out properly. So I do apologise if I get the odd figure wrong, if what comes out of my mouth is a little bit different to what you can see on your screens. Trust what's on the screens rather than what I say, that's all I can say. So batsman has he hurt himself here? Seems to be getting, yeah, I think he's hurt his finger. Oof, he's wincing. Quite sure what he's done. Some plaster, some tape coming out. Has he got a blister or something there maybe? He's taping his thumb up. So for the left-hander, that's on his bottom hand, so that's the last place in the world that a left-hander wants to have any sort of problem whatsoever is on that thumb on the bottom hand, that left-hand thumb, because that's where all the power comes for a left-hander. And the moment you've got a bit of a problem there, it becomes difficult to put any power into your shots. Your top arm, your right arm, as far as a left-hander is concerned, is what gives you the direction. The bottom hand is where all the power comes. So he's just had his left thumb strapped up. So you can only hope for his sake that it's nothing too serious, or otherwise it's going to seriously impair his batting. So he's running back now. He's going to be at the non-striker's end.
Pretty important for Gary to stay through here, sir. Definitely, right?
Well, I think you said it, haven't you, that these two will be looking to stay together for the next 10 overs. Wales will be looking to break this partnership before it gets going. They'll want to see them 3 wickets down as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. I mean, just ball down. Tony defends it well to the offside. So, yes, sir. I mean, you just brought the topic. I just thought of asking you. In India, predominantly a lot of us are, top hand players. If you see the big hitters, they are the ones who use a lot of that's pulled very well, pulled that.
But straight out to the man at deep backward square, so just the 1 run.
Yes, sir, and the likes of the Indian players that you take who have been at the top of their mark, Sunil Gavaskar, Sachin Tendulkar, all of those guys have, because right from the junior cricket level, we're told that play with your top hand, that is the left hand for a right-handed, for the left hand for the right-handed. So what you say is that they tell you to play only with your left hand on the bat. So all of that. So what is that culture in England, sir?
Well, you've got to hit a big ball more because the ball doesn't come on so much.
Okay.
And I know exactly what you mean. You play top hand, which basically means that you're guiding the ball through the covers, you're guiding it back with a point, you're hitting deft little leg flicks and everything. There's not enough pace from the ball in the UK really to play just that game. It's a dot ball. You do need a little bit more power because the ball doesn't come on so much. Sometimes you've got to go big through the V. Or you've actually just got to hit it hard, even if you're playing across the line. And so the bottom hand does come into it a lot more. You do get some wickets in the UK, usually in the professional grounds, and more in the southeast where the weather is better, where the ball comes on a lot more, and you do then play a lot more with your top hand. But on Welsh wickets, the wickets in the southwest that are traditionally quite low, you've got to have more power if you're going to score the runs.
True, sir, and personally, why I think that India is more of a top hand oriented cricketers are more produce more, because for a simple reason that I feel that the wickets here.
That was almost caught.
Maybe a half chance there. Would you call it, sir? Definitely. You have to check on the replay once. Goes for the cut shot. Indeed, just a chance there, just a half chance, but indeed stopped the boundary there.
He stopped the boundary. But I wonder what price he's paid for it, because he seems to be in quite a pain on the floor. Calling for the physio.
End of that concludes the 18th over. 73 for 2 Sri Lanka. So pretty much there. But then the run rate, sir, we have to just look at it. If I'm not wrong, has jumped up to 5.96. So
it's almost 6 and over.
Pretty much what the Wales supporters will be looking for. Yeah. But at the other end, Sri Lanka will hope that both these batters play for a long time now.
Yes, I mean this is worrying for Wales. It looks as if he's taken quite a bump here. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
The name of the fielder, sir, if
I'm not sure. It might be Chris Hudson, but I can't again say from here because of the glare, and there's a lot of people in the way.
What does is he a bowling proficiency with the ball, sir?
Yeah, he's an off spinner.
Definitely
I think it's Chris.
Hope that there is he's out of danger, because for a simple reason that desperately Wales will need him in a few hours time.
Yes, indeed. No, I don't think it was Chris Hudson. Just trying to work out who's just trying to work out who it is. Go on, turn. Show us your number. Might be Gareth Edwards actually. Yeah, it's the bowler Gareth Edwards. That's what the concern was. It was the bowler Gareth Edwards. But he looks to be fine to carry on bowling, which is great news for Wales. Yep, it was Gareth, but probably just a bit of a nasty crack on the shin. That'll sting for a few overs. He'll have a nice bruise to show for it in a couple of days, but it shouldn't have too much lasting damage on him at all. More of a stinger injury, I think they call those, isn't it? Where it just stings.
Yes, sir. I think should recover within few hours. Yeah.
Hopefully he's recovering in a few minutes. He's bowling now, and he doesn't seem to be impairing his bowling at all. That's very nicely floated up to the left-handed batsman Gunasekara.
I think
another dot ball.
You guys, the Wales, that is, you guys are pretty much there, because at the moment the run rate just around 5.9, getting run a ball. Sri Lanka, if not for these two batters, would slightly get under pressure.
Yes, I mean, we've seen the run rate going up and up and up, the required run rate over the last 5 or 6 overs. They're having overs with 2s, 3s and 4s in them. They've only hit a couple of boundaries, haven't they, in the last 6 or 7 overs.
Right,
the boundaries have stopped almost completely, which means that Wales are slowly turning the screw, slowly making it harder for the Sri Lankan batsman.
In fact, mind you, the ball has, the run rate has come to run a ball here.
Yeah.
But then I personally feel that, both these batters at any point in time won't panic, as they are that's a beauty that they are the fulcrum of the Sri Lankan batting unit, so pretty much important for them to glide through this phase, or consolidate the phase, right?
You're always looking to get the opposition 4 down, because no matter what, just psychologically, even if the batting is very good and it's very deep, the moment you get to 4 wickets down, you start thinking we're closer to being all out than we are to being with no wickets, So, hang on, we can't see very much here now, at all. Sorry, I can't see what's going on at all. Sorry, I can't commentate because I can't see anything. It's just, there's boxes there. That was 4 runs. Four runs. It's a single taken there.
I think that concludes the 19th over.
19th over, 79 for 2. So 145 needed, is it? Run rate of 5.96 required.
So what I personally feel is, from here, what should actually Sri Lanka do? I mean, I personally feel that if they can take it till the 25th over mark from here, both these batters, because at the moment, if we are not wrong, 155 runs are required of the remaining 156 deliveries. So from here, play deep. Take it, don't reduce the ratio of dot balls that you're going to play. Increase singles, get a boundary or two. Just a boundary or two in the next 5 overs, right? 5 to 6 overs rather, till the 25th over mark. And from there on, why not approach it like a T20 game? 1 or 2 big overs, you're in it, right?
Yeah, as you said, they don't want to lose wickets. Wales are only going to win this by taking 10 wickets. So the longer Sri Lanka go with only 2 wickets down, the more they win in the game. They don't want to play maiden after maiden back. Of course they don't. They need to be scoring some runs, and that's 1 run. It's an attacking shot, but he went down to deep backward square. You think, the odd boundary here and there is what they really need. They don't want the scoring rate to go too much higher above 6 and over. Once it gets above 7, it becomes very difficult for the batting team. So again, another dot ball. That works well for Wales. Tony Smith in. Again to the left, going back for years and years and years. The southeast of the country gets less rain. Nice. Now, sure, there are all sorts of good geographical reasons to do with who knows what, seas and tides and winds and mountains and all sorts of stuff. But the southeast gets less rain. So therefore, the tracks in the southeast tend to get a little bit drier. So therefore, it encourages spin bowling more. And you have to say, strangely enough, I'd say over the last few years, most of the good England spinners have come more from the south of the country, whereas maybe traditionally they came more from the north of the country. Yorkshire particularly have got a history of producing a lot of top quality spin bowlers.
If I'm not wrong, I think Monty Panesar is from Yorkshire.
Monty Panesar played for Northamptonshire, which is sort of probably a Midland sort of northern county. But let me see who else. Graham Swan played for Northampton, then Nottinghamshire, which is Midlands, northern counties. But a lot of the spinners we've got now on the tour, although Hartley's an exception, but they tend to come from the more southern counties. What's changed, of course, is that we now have covered wickets there. When we didn't used to have covered wickets, there is a lot more rain in the north, and therefore bowlers from Yorkshire and Lancashire would play on drying wickets more regularly and take more wickets. And you want to get in a test team, you've got to take wickets, haven't you? Simple as that. Change of bowling. Chris Hudson is on for Wales. Off spinner from the near end, as we're now calling it. Chris Hudson was a doctor, a medical doctor, until he retired about 6 months ago, and he's now spending his time travelling. He's in India at the moment, as you can see. So he's known as Doc, and that's an outside edge, but it didn't quite carry to the fly slip position. Again, now you've got 2
run rate creeping up, slowly and steadily. Run rate creeping up. Just keeping in that mind, I feel that will definitely run in the Sri Lankan batters' minds.
That's it. If you can't bowl them out, you've just got to pressurise them out, and the best thing you can do is push the run rate up, and that's another ball that he finds it impossible to score off. Chris has started really well here. He's found it dropped into a good line of length straight away, and the batsman hasn't yet scored off him, which is great from a Welsh perspective.
And especially, this particular field, I think that this will let him go over that mid-wicket region, one shot, because they actually don't have an exact long on in position. In fact,
no,
it's kind of a country, right?
He tempted him there. He really, really tossed it up, and he's tempting the left-hander to hit against the spin.
Exactly.
Because, as you say, there's no fielder out there, and I guess he's saying, well, go on, take me on. You hit me against the spin. See how you get on. Again, he's tossed it up, but again, he's not tempted, and he's happy just to pat it back to the bowler. This is a very, very interesting phase of the game.
Yes, sir. I personally think that, even if he goes one, hits it all the way over mid-wicket, I think the bowler himself, Chudson, won't worry, because he's set that field and on a particular plan, and in no time one might pop up in the air, straight up.
Well, this is what we're saying is, it's a wicket, it's a pitch for making the batsman make mistakes, and that's exactly what Hudson is doing. He's tempting him to hit across the line in the hope that he miscues it, or that he misses it, or that he edges it. But that's a very, very good over from Hudson there. Very good over.
End of 22 overs, 86 for 2, and pretty much there.
It's edging up towards 6.5 runs and over required now. Halfway virtually through the innings. But another 150 odd runs needed. So it is actually creeping up, isn't it?
The England spinners have brought it back. I mean, beg your pardon. The Wales spinners have just dragging the game back towards their side, because a few hours back, I think that wicket of both the openers in just the small span of time has helped the Wales spinners just pull the game back, drag the game back towards them.
Yeah, this is probably our strength as a team. Is we've got 5 very, very, very good spinners.
Right.
They're consistent, they're good. Gareth Edwards is the latest. He's in, pitches it up, and again bowls the right-handed Pereira, who tickles it down to fine leg for a single. Yes, this is the strength of our game, is the fact that we've got 5 good frontline spinners, all of whom are match winners in their own rights. And you're absolutely right. Since we've had the 2 spinners on bowling in tandem, Wales have pulled this game right back, and the run rate seems to be increasing almost on a ball-by-ball basis now.
Sir, I just want to ask you something. Whatever we have predicted, like most things that we have predicted, have come up true. But I think that in an over 2, there is a wicket, either playing it across the line, bowled or LBW, or one, holding a catch up to mid-wicket. So what do you think, sir?
Well, as a Welshman, I absolutely hope you're right. Of course. We have seemed to have predicted both wickets so far. But Sen says if Wales keep strangling the Sri Lankans like this, they're going to start taking desperate risks. And it's when people start, and that's one now, but he's played an attacking shot. But again, the Welsh field is good enough, he can't pierce it. It's another dot ball. And every dot ball that goes by now, once you're above 6 and over, every dot ball pushes the rate up and up and up.
And exactly, sir. I mean, from the little bit of cricket I've watched over a decade, I feel that that one shot is going to come and to ease away the pressure. There is going to be that one shot, and yes, if it middles, obviously that's going all the way from. That's what the Sri Lankan supporters or fans or rather their teammates would expect. But then, what I feel is that desperately a chance for a wicket here.
Yeah, as a batsman, you're always aware of the required run rate, and that 6 and over is a magic number, because the moment it gets above 6 and over, you've got to start hitting boundaries. Edwards is in, dabs it, Pereira, but he doesn't get anything for it, and again, that's another win for Wales.
I have a small opinion, but then I'm not sure if that can be practically done. Maybe for the since you have a right arm off spinner that is bowling from this end, just put a man. I mean, put all the fielders down on the offside. Just give him a single and play more of the left-handed, right? Keep him more on strike. Bring that dot ball in. As we speak, that concludes the 23rd over, 88 for 2, and just 2 runs of this over, a pretty good over there for Wales. Yeah, sir. So why not just give a single to the right-handed and just keep the left-handed in there? Let him take that risk.
Personally,
in fact, he's not in full fitness at the moment.
Personally, at the moment, I think Wales are getting this absolutely right. I mean, we've seen just 2 runs off that over. I think it was 1 run off the over before. It was 2 runs off the over before. We've seen the required rate going from 4.5 to 6.6 now.
Definitely have dragged the game.
I'd be inclined to keep things exactly as they are for the time being, because every dot ball that goes by, there's more pressure on the batsman, and this carries on another couple of overs. They'll need 7 and over, and that's a big ask. 7 is a big ask.
So, and mind you, the moment it goes to 7, it creeps up. The run rates, I feel, the run rate is very similar to forest fire, right? Because with every dot ball, with every moment you don't get a run, every moment you defend a ball, the next ball you see the run rate has creeped up by 0.2 or something.
Yes, and again we're seeing now. Oh, he's struggling again with that hand, isn't he? He's dropped his bat and he's feeling that hand. I think he's in a fair bit of discomfort there, poor man. I think he's really struggling. Because again, he's trying to work that away and couldn't get anything on it. Wales are bowling really well.
Yes, sir, definitely. The Sri Lankan skipper fighting there for his side. And if he can, sir, just play along and just get that win from here, definitely a fairy tale for Sri Lanka.
Well, I think it's still, either side could win this very easily. But I think over the last 5 or 6 overs since Wales have had the spinners on, Wales have just edged ahead of this game.
And they've stopped boundaries. I think that, in every limited over format, any limited over format, I think that you need to stop those boundaries desperately.
Well, we haven't stopped one there because that's the first boundary we've seen in 7 or 8 overs, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That's a fine shot that just using this, saw the length, dropped it shot, and that'll definitely, help the struggling Sri Lankan skipper just gain some momentum.
And it's hurting him because he's taking his glove off and he's shaking his hand and everything. But this is a brave innings. He's obviously in a fair bit of pain there, but he's still put that away. All bottom hand, a left-hander playing backward a point. That's his left hand, and that's his hurt hand that's hit that four.
In fact,
bottom hand that's hit that four. Yeah. So Hudson in again to Gunskara, and he's hit a lovely four. Has he hit a four? I can't see.
No, I don't think so.
No, it's gone out to the outfield. I do apologise. I thought the way he was looking that he'd hit another four.
Yes, sir, and I personally feel that he's not timing the ball at the moment. He's trying to hit the ball.
Yeah.
So which naturally means that he is trying to use both more of the top end. I mean, you cannot time with your bottom end, right, sir?
No,
you can definitely not time with your bottom end. You can only hit with your bottom end, right? If I get the basics.
Right. Well, he's in another four. Fair dues to him. He's hit another four. That's eased the pressure a lot on Sri Lanka this over.
Definitely, the pressure has gone down for Sri Lanka. And just looking at the replay once there, so just a moment, he drifted it down the leg side, and the Sri Lankan captain was up to the task. There was no stopping that ball. Went straight to the fence. Yeah. So 8 runs coming off this over, and just a ball to go. And I personally feel that they just have to, if they can get that 2 15-run overs in another 7 to 8 overs time, I think Sri Lanka will definitely stay in the game.
Well, this over's helped immensely. They've got 8-9 runs off it already. There's a ball to come. Again, he's gone. He's hit another 4. This is a huge over for Sri Lanka. Huge over. I mean, he's probably brought the run rate down to closer to 6 now with just that 1 over.
Yes, sir. And
yeah. We'll see now. 100 up over 24 from 24 overs. 2 wickets down. 21 overs to go. And another 138 required.
So just tell me about your commentary experience. I mean, I think as I'm working as a broadcaster for 6-7 months time now, and I think I'm in one of my best ever commentary stints that I'm ever doing, because I'm learning so much. I mean, right from the basics, I mean, from small things. So just tell me about your commentary journey, sir. When did you start? Have you been a part of broadcasting? What have you done as a commentator? Can you just tell about yourself, sir? Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I've worked for the BBC for about 10 years.
Right.
Then I ran my own company, which very much was involved with sports, television, that sort of thing. We worked on a lot of sports, made a lot of documentaries, did a lot of museum exhibitions, a lot of videos. That's another 4. That's the right-handed Pereira now, who's hit Gareth Edwards down. So definitely turning the balance of this game the last couple of overs. 4 boundaries for Sri Lanka. Well, we don't think we'd seen them for about 8 overs before that. Right. That's made a huge difference to the game.
Sir, I think that the Welsh bowlers have slightly, tangled with their line. They have wavered with their line a little bit in the fast.
A teeny little bit, but we've seen most of these balls coming off cross-batted shots,
right,
which tends to suggest that Sri Lankans taking the risk that they needed to take.
Yeah.
To an extent, this is what Wales would want them to do. They'd want them to take risks.
Sir, if I'm not wrong, I think the left-arm spinner Tony Smith, right? If I'm not wrong, has to come back in for an over or 2.
Maybe we've got another left-arm spinner, Peter Doyle, as well, to come on, and it may be that we see Peter before we see Tony coming back on.
Sure, sir. And maybe Tony can just provide that breakthrough. That's a fine shot once again. Full toss delivery that. But this time I don't think...
Good stop from Tony Smith. You were talking about Tony Smith. He made a very, very good stop there. But the balance has changed quite a bit in the last couple of overs. Sri Lanka have chanced their arms, but it's come off for them. They've hit 4 boundaries and they picked up a few singles. And the stranglehold that the Welsh spinners had on them has been eased considerably. It's been high-risk cricket, but it's been very effective and very successful.
Yes, sir. Definitely, it has worked for them. And at the moment, just an over or two, they need to stop the boundaries. The Welsh here. That's very close.
Big appeal,
that's gone.
and he's gone. Big wicket. Big wicket.
True, sir. Straight. A straighter one. The moment he played it across the line, the umpire had extremely no hesitation in raising his finger.
And I have to tell you, it was about 2 or 3 overs ago. You said, I'm predicting that there's going to be another wicket in 2 to 3 overs. That's 3 out of 3 you got, mate. You've done well.
Yeah, pretty much, sir. With you, a commentator, co-commentator like you, have so much points to talk, because I myself, I'm a cricket addict, maybe, if not wrong, cricket fanatic. So have a lot of points in mind. But when you're there, when someone's there who's been there, seen it, to talk the nuances of the game, it's really been a good experience. So after the conclusion of the 25th over, 106 for 3 here, Sri Lanka.
And again, we can joke about predicting wickets, but actually that wicket came in a way that the two of us had discussed.
Exactly.
That we said, right, the run rate is going up. Wales are bowling well. Sri Lanka have to start taking risks. Once you start taking risks, it can go one or two ways. For a couple of overs, they were playing cross-batted shots. They were getting all those 4s with cross-batted shots. They were taking risks.
I felt that they were slightly desperate for those runs. Maybe because of that pressure that, from both the ends, the spinners. Once the skipper himself, had completed his overs, from the other end, both the spinners, constantly, that line and length, how many balls did we see the skipper himself defend? The other man, the Pereira, who recently lost his wicket. So how many balls did we see, them getting frustrated with the line and the length, tapping the ball, not getting those singles, not able to rotate the strike.
Yeah.
So in fact, that I think has helped the Welsh, because they have kept a single batsman out there. If you're going to rotate the strike, as we spoke previously, you're going to have a left-hander for a mid-wicket. He has to run from here to there. If a right-hander has to change, so a lot of field set. Yes, there is obviously a double-end game. We're in an international game, so yeah. But still, that makes a difference, right now, sir?
Yeah, I think if you said to the Welsh boys 3 overs ago, right, they're going to score 20 runs, but we're going to take a wicket, would you take that? I think definitely they would have. They definitely would have taken it. What the danger was if they'd have gone on and scored 40, 50, 60 runs before taking the wicket. But I think 20 runs, they took risks, they scored those 20 runs, they carried on taking risks, and they paid for it with the LBW. Something else that somebody says to us over here is, you play cross-batted shots to straight balls at your peril on these wickets, because the ball can come low, it can come on, it can shoot on, and the bounce can be unpredictable. So you play cross-batted shots on these wickets to straight balls, and you're taking a huge risk.
Yes,
and that's what's happened. It came off 4 times, they hit 4 boundaries.
Yes,
but the 5th time, it was missed.
Once again, goes to the cut shot.
Cut shot, that must be hurting him, because again, that back-footed cut shot's all bottom hand. And
one more thing, sir, I personally think that 128 required from here for Sri Lanka, but in the next 28 runs from the Welsh point of view, if they can get 2 wickets, I think, when the score required runs comes below that 3-figure mark, it's always, that psychologically the batting team is at the front. So what do you think? You think that I personally feel that 2 more wickets within the next 20-25 runs, desperately Welsh are in the game.
Who knows how it's going to go? Sri Lanka were taking risks. It paid off for 20 runs. Then they lost a wicket. What are they going to do now? Are they going to carry on taking risks in the hope that they can hit themselves to victory? Or are they going to go back having lost a wicket? Are they going to go back and just try and pick up the ones and everything and stay in the game and take it deep. I don't know what they're going to do. From Wales' perspective, I think they'll just be trying to bowl line and length and say, go on, hit me then, And if you miss, I hit.
Yeah. And sir, you told you have 5 spinners, right? If I'm not wrong. So do you think that we are going to see full, that is the next 19.3 overs that remain in this game, are we going to see it full of spin?
Possibly. I mean, Peter Doyle's warming up now, our other left-arm spinner. Peter's warming up, so I'm assuming that we'll be seeing Peter in the next couple of overs. And then we've still got Dan Piggott to come, and on Monday against India, Dan took 5 wickets and won the game for us. So I think there's a fair chance the way this game is going that it will be mainly spinners that we see bowling the rest of the overs for Wales. That's interesting shout, but I think it's probably a little bit too high. Sir Hudson back to the end of his mark. He's bowling to the right-handed De Silva, who's only just come in, is yet to get off the mark, and again
in the meanwhile,
plays that back.
In the meanwhile, I think that 5 balls has just gone for 1 run, and if they don't give a boundary here, that should be a massive over that for the Wales.
This is the Welsh tactic. It's just bowl straight, contain, push the run rate up, make Sri Lanka make mistakes. It's worked for them. It's cost them 20 runs, but they need 8 wickets. If they they need 7 wickets, and if every wicket costs them 20 runs, they'll win the game. So it's a risk worth taking. But yeah, I think we'll just see Wales bowling straight, containing and try to push up. And yes, indeed, I was right. It is Peter Doyle, the second left-arm spinner, coming on the bowl.
End of the 26th over, 107 for 3 Sri Lanka here. And sir, I just feel that the Welsh bowling lineup is absolutely perfect for a venue like Chennai, because here we have a lot of turning tracks, the wicket that assists the spinners, because many a times even you prepare a dead track. Dead track meaning I mean a very, very flat wicket, right? Very flat belter of a wicket, and you just bring in 2 spinners who can keep your line and length perfect, and I think they end up match winners. So absolutely that trick working here for the Wales.
We've bought most of the spinners in Wales. There aren't many spinners left in Wales at the moment. We knew that these tracks were going to turn. We knew that we needed spinners. So let's see what Peter Doyle's got in his box of tricks today. Very, very, very experienced bowler, Peter. He's played cricket for Wales for a decade or more now. Started off with the over 50s, has moved into the over 60s, and has been one of the mainstays of our bowling attack for the last 5 or 6 years. And he starts off with a lovely ball which doesn't allow Gunas Sakara to take any chances at all against him. And this is exactly what Doyle will be looking to do here, which is to just tie the batsman down. He won't worry too much about taking wickets. He'll want to go at less than 5 runs and over. He won't want to concede too many boundaries, and he knows, and that's another risk. That's yet another risk taken. It's a straight ball. Must have been sliding down leg. There was no appeal there.
So you're part of the Wales team, sir. What is your proficiency?
I'm supposedly a batsman.
Okay. Top order batsman, sir?
Yeah. Left-handed top order batsman. But I normally play in the 4th team, so that's more my métier. But can do a bit of commentary and a bit of writing and everything. So they brought me along, sort of almost as a travelling reserve here. Okay. I played a game earlier in the tournament.
The warm-ups, sir?
Yeah, in the warm-ups. Okay. And we'll see how things go. But I'm more than happy just to be on the microphone and writing words, to be honest with you.
Yeah, sir. I mean, this is as your cricket fanatics, even I too play cricket. So playing is not really different from broadcasting, because we're always involved with the game. So the game is more important to us in any angle. I mean, any way you see the game, you just stand there, you come in as a spectator and you give it a watch. I think that even Dad is very happy. You can sleep happy if you can watch the game. That's the attitude of a cricket fanatic. In fact, a dot ball there.
Yeah, with a lot of sports, I don't really understand them. And as you say, you can watch them and you can see a game of sport and you can see a result, and it's perfect, it's fine. But if I'm with cricket, whether I'm watching or playing, I just can't stop but analyse every ball and see what's going on. And that's another good ball from Peter Doyle right up in the block hole. And De Silva digs it out, but no runs. And every one of these dot balls now just increases the pressure on Sri Lanka. And this is the thing, I could be out there fielding at the moment and thinking these thoughts of bowled it straight, Peter, bowled it straight, bowl it dot ball, yes, it's a dot ball, yeah, well done, right, how do we bowl it? I could be out there fielding and doing that. So actually sitting here in the commentary box and talking about it doesn't make that much difference, if I'm honest with you.
Because we analyze a lot more than we play the game. Maybe sometimes that turns out to be a bane when you're playing, actually. More than the skills you execute, you're more of the analyst that you are. But in the end, if you enjoy that thing, and if you enjoy that, I think that's the part of your game, right?
Absolutely. And this is an exceptionally good over from Peter Doyle. There's two extras off it, but it looks as if he's got with one ball to go. He slipped into a good line and length, and that's exactly what Richard Harris. Having said that, I think that's it's going to stop in the sea. It's that long, lush green grass again down there. Every time the ball's gone out there, it hasn't gone for a boundary today. Yeah, exactly. It just stops completely out there.
Sure. And did you notice something of this delivery? It stopped a little bit off the surface.
Did it?
Just for a second, I thought it was aerial.
Yeah.
So is it good signs for the Wales?
We'll see. 6.7 required now.
At the moment, I think the Sri Lanka need to accelerate. At least they need an over 2 with that 8-run mark. It'll definitely bring the pressure down.
Well, they had those couple of overs, didn't they, not so long ago? They hit 4 boundaries in the 2 overs, and that brought the run rate right down, took the pressure off. But then Wales took the wicket.
Once again, so did you notice just a bit of stopped off the surface?
Yeah, this is fascinating cricket, isn't it? It's absolutely fascinating cricket.
27th over, 112 for 3, Sri Lanka. So been a very good time conversating with you, sir.
Brilliant. I'll leave you to it. Lovely. I'll come back and see you later on.
Yeah, sure, sir. It was an honor joining you. Thank you very much.
Been a pleasure.
So Mr. there, had a great time with him. So guys, we have a game in our hands. 6.78 runs required from here, with another 18 overs to go. Sri Lanka need 122 runs from here. Pretty much the captain himself, Gary Gunasekara, spoke a lot about about him struggling, but then he's come up the ranks. He's got 29 runs to his name now. Once again goes for the sweep shot over the infield, but just a single. That'll take him to 30 runs. Pretty confident there. Judson back into the deck. So yeah, he's been bowling really well. On to his 4th over, none for 14. Off the edge, just that extra bounce. So now the wicket just starting to show its colors here. Goes down the ground and is straight to the man. So 113 for 4 now, and they have lost the 4th wicket here. Richie De Silva has to walk back. Just at the time where the pressure was building, went for the shot, one too many, but straight to the man. Good catch there at long off. So Wales get their 4th wicket here at the end of 27.4 overs, 113 for 4. And at the moment, looks like the Wales are slightly having an upper hand, but definitely, with the skipper Gary Gunasekara at the other end, who's pretty much settled, has to take the game through for Sri Lanka. So the last ball of the 20th over. That's well played, but no runs off that delivery. Just one run coming off the over. End of the 28 overs. 113 for 4, and pretty much Wales at the top at the moment. That's well played. And put down. He's just put down a sitter there. And in fact, that's of the captain, Gary Gunasekara. So, will it be costly? Will Wales pay back for that catch? Just have to wait and see. Time will definitely give us the answer. But then pretty much the required run rate there, climbing up just over 7.1. It's a great shot. He's picked the gap. It's a boundary, a much needed boundary. So definitely Keith, who's a new man in, has to ensure that he supports his skipper at the other end. Because the moment he also gets into the groove, plays those singles, it's going to help Sri Lanka going ahead in the game. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. And so maybe at the keeper's end, no, he's back safely. So 5 runs coming out the first 3 balls. If this can, turn into a 8-run over at least. Dead ball there, signaled by the umpire. So yes, I mean, at this point in time, desperately in requirement of a partnership here, Sri Lanka. Oh, that's well played. So Doyle, just keeping it perfect. Once again, bangs it in short, but just a cheeky single there. In fact, that's racing to the boundary. So 2 boundaries of this over, and a very, very eventful over for Sri Lanka here. End of the 29 overs, 122 for 4 Sri Lanka. Yes, sir, and the pitch now slightly, has dried up a little bit. We can see maybe not the cracks opening, maybe not the exact word to use. Oh, that looks very, very close. But yeah, indeed a dot ball there for Wales. Yeah. So what I felt that the wicket is starting to assist the spinners a little bit now. Yes, although the thumb rule remains the same on this wicket. You want to bowl straight, keep the line and length perfect. You're not going to go for runs. But then, is it slightly, on the slower side? Has the pitch slowed down? Over the past, say, at least for the 8 overs?
Well, you see, it's interesting. You said that then, and for the last couple of overs, we've seen some dust coming up as the ball's been pitching. We haven't seen that all day. Just in the last couple of overs, 3 or 4 times we've seen it happen. Let's watch this ball, see if it happens again here. If we see a bit of dust, too pitched up really to see that time. But the moment you see dust, it's what you've been saying all along. The sun's got out the wicket starts to crumble, and the ball starts doing funny things, and that's what seeing dust when the ball pitches means. Let's have another look here. See, oh yes, definitely a big cloud of dust came up then. So you're absolutely right. The wicket is now baked, and it's starting to crumble, and that makes it harder to play shots on it, easier to bowl on it, as long as you can keep it straight. You don't want to be giving the batsman free hits here. So Chris Hudson in again. Jans. No, just a single to Jans. They need more at this stage. That's another good over from Chris Hudson. And the score is 126 for 4. And there are 15 overs to go. Players coming off for another drinks break.
And sir, we have actually come to a very important part of play. That is the last 15 overs. In fact, the third power play. So post that, and I think that this drinks break, if Wales have to bring themselves into control in this particular game, I think it should be by now, because for the simple reason that this drinks break just keeps the puts away the concentration of the batters, and if it can generate something, they can definitely go for a wicket here.
Yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka now needs 7.2 and over.
Right.
7.2 and over means you've got to score a boundary.
Right, desperately.
You're not going to be able to run 3-2s and over in this heat. It's too warm. You've got to hit boundaries. And 7.2 and over essentially means you need 8 runs and over.
Yeah.
And 8 runs and over, you've either got to run 3-2s. I just can't see that happening in this heat. Or you've got to hit a boundary.
Right.
And that, the moment you've got to hit boundaries, that puts huge pressure on a batsman. You know, as a cricket player, if somebody says to you've got to hit a boundary, it's tough. You've got to hit 5 singles, not too bad. You've got enough cricket in you. You can stroke the ball around, you can tickle it around the corner, you can put it away. But say you've got to hit a boundary, it's a big ask to hit a boundary. So it's I think the next 4 or 5 overs are going to be critical. If Sri Lanka can maintain this rate, they take it in the last 10 overs, 70 in the last 10 overs is doable with wickets in hand. Yeah. But if it's a lot higher than that, and if they lose another wicket or 2 in the next 5 overs, it becomes very, very, very difficult. I would say Wales marginally on top at the moment, marginal favourites. It only takes 1 or 2 overs from Sri Lanka, 1 or 2 good overs.
And what I personally feel is that, sir, if the skipper Gary Gunashekhara can, take the game along in the next 5 overs, stay somewhere around 40-45 not out at the end of, say, 35th over, I think, and if Sri Lanka needs, say, around somewhere around the 80-85 run mark, so I think it's very much gettable from there if the skipper stays on, because we very much know that if a set batter is there at the crease, because similar to what happened in the Wales innings, in the first innings, we saw both the batters, Richard and John Jones, getting an excellent partnership throughout. So we know what the magic of a set batter can happen at this particular wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Gunashekhara would appear to be the key to this game. Again, as we've said all the way along, they bat 45 overs, they win this game. He bats 45 overs, Sri Lanka win this game, there's no doubt. But the gentleman's just coming at the other end. Mr. Jans looks pretty useful as well. He's hit 11 in 12 balls so far. I mean, that's good rate. That's almost up with the asking rate. So he's a perfectly adequate partner to Gary Gunashekhara by the look of things. But let's see. In 5 overs time, I think we'll have a much clearer idea of where this game is going to go.
Yeah, sir. I personally feel that they can just allocate themselves roles. That it is the man at the other end, the Keith Huna who's batting. He should go for those boundaries, and Gary Gunashekhara grind through, because we've seen him. He's come in at number 3, the skipper. He's very good in grinding those singles, playing those shots. So is it important for them to allocate those roles from here?
Yeah, Gunashekhara has obviously set himself out to bat the innings. His strike rate is around the 60-70 mark, which is they're needing sort of 120. So he's probably striking about a half the given rate. But exactly what you said, if if you've got a guy that you can build your innings round, somebody who you know will be there grinding the singles out, getting the runs, be solid, then you can come in at the other end and take risks around him.
Ooh, he's tried to pull it, but
he has pulled it.
pull it pretty well. Yeah. So much needed boundary here.
Yeah.
Post the drinks break as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. And Gary Gunashekhar just at the right time, drifting one down the leg side as we can, just go through the replay. No, indeed we don't. So yeah, a boundary, drifting down the leg side, and he's hit it beautifully, indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what Sri Lanka needed straight after the drinks break. And as we said, the next 5 overs, if they can get 7, 8 and over off those, puts them in the driving seat, comfortable. Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, he's gone for the shot.
Almost a square leg. But instead it's 4 runs to Sri Lanka. Yeah, he's obviously sat himself down the drinks break and said, right, I got to go for it now. And he's come out and he's hitting very, very attacking shots. In a way, it's what Wales want. Is we saw it earlier when as soon as the batsmen started to attack, they scored a couple of boundaries. They then made a mistake.
And I see that incoming once again, sir.
Oh, I hope you're right. I mean, your predictions have been so spot on this inning so far. So I'm delighted to hear you saying that. Let's see what happens.
No, sir, because I see pretty similar things happening. Because if Gary Gunashekhar hit it straight past over mid on or long on, or rather mid on mid off cover point, off that region, I think the bowler himself wouldn't have worried. But he's gone. He's just hit a shot across the line, and definitely if he missed that, he was either plumb in front or maybe even would have got him bowled. Yeah, but obviously he's got the result that he wanted. But yeah, sir, I mean they are batting really well. They're fighting hard here, Sri Lanka. But I see that mistake once more happening, sir. What do you predict?
I predict that your prediction is going to be correct again. You can bat all day on a track like this. It's so easy to bat if you're in a relaxed sort of mainly defensive mode. You're happy to pick up the odd single. You could bat all day here. Right. But when you need 7 and over, you've got to do a bit more than just bat all day. You've got to attack. And so far this over, it's come off for Sri Lanka.
And in fact, 9 runs.
9 runs off the over so far, and still a ball to go. I mean, this has been a very, very good over for them. But then when you think about it, they've got to do this 14 more times, haven't they, to win the game? And another, he rocks back, and again, just the one. But more importantly, maybe for Sri Lanka, is he keeps the strike. So 10 runs off the over. Sri Lanka win that over, scratches away at the required run rate. But they need to keep doing that now for the next 4 or 5 overs to make an impression on this required run rate. It's still, it's still 100 runs required. It's still a lot of runs needed. It's still 7 and over. But that was a good over for them.
Yeah, and I think that, 7 and over is psychologically more gettable. What do you think, sir?
Yeah, well, as we were saying, your first target as a bowling team is you need to push it up above 6.
Right.
Then you need to push it up above 7. And Wales had it above 7. It was heading towards 8. 8's a really magic number because,
right.
Not only do you need a 4 every over, you need 5 singles as well. But that last over, good over, and it's brought it back down to 7. So they'll be looking to get, a couple more overs like that now in the next few overs, so that they bring it down under 7. And as you say, psychologically, once you're under 7, you think, this is very gettable. So let's see, Chris Hudson floats it up. Gunashekhar plays it back to him, doesn't attack him that ball. But you just get the sense that Gunashekhar is like a coiled spring here. He's waiting to attack the Welsh bowling.
And more importantly, what I think is that, sir, his game, reminds me more of Kumar Sangakkara. What do you think, sir?
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a big swing, but I think it's hit his pad. He's missed it. That's exactly what Wales want to see is errors, and that was an error. Yeah, he's playing a classical sort of pugnacious left-hander's role in many ways, where he's hung around, but he's always got that ability in him to explode into a 4. Wales hopes probably that he's just going to take one risk too many against them, and here, you see, that's easy. That's easy cricket. Putting him under no pressure at all, picks up an easy one.
But actually, I think that he tried to time it hard, but indeed didn't get it off the bat as he wanted to.
No, I mean, and he scored 1 run off 3 balls. They need 7 and over. Jans is facing. Jans has been scoring at almost around the ball. But let's see if Jans has got a boundary or two in him, because that's going to be the key now, that they've got the potential for boundaries at both ends. So let's see what happens. Floats it up. Ooh, and he's edged it. And it's been dropped.
Put down.
Put down. That would have been a big wicket for Wales. Would have been a big wicket for Wales.
So,
I fear that Wales have dropped too many catches. I mean, they've dropped 4 catches. They should have taken some of them.
But I think just the other way.
Yeah.
Because for the simple reason that, those chances are just gonna just a single down to the onside. Those chances are gonna come before you again, because let's be pretty precise. I mean, just 2 runs coming on the 5 balls was over. Unless and otherwise unless and otherwise Wales concede a boundary here, this will be a pretty good over for Wales, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think Wales would happily take a single off this ball, and that's a very good over. Then when you need 7 and over and you go for 2 or 3.
Exactly right. So
that's the bowler's team over. That is, yeah.
Yeah, that puts the pressure straight back on the batting side.
Yeah. Let's see what he does here. Oh, he's taking a big swing, but he's only going to get 1 for it. Good field placing from Wales. Just the 1, 3 runs off the over. Wales win that over. Again, it'll be interesting to see now what we do with the bowling here. Is Doyle going to persevere? Is Tony Smith going to come back on? Is Gareth Edwards going to come back on? Or is Dan Piggott going to come in? And I think it looks as if Dan Piggott's going to be introduced to the attack for the first time today. Off spinner. Coming on, Peter Doyle's cap is still on, so I think he's been taken off. Offie.
Okay.
And yes, it is. It's Dan Piggott coming on. Dan took 5 wickets against India on Sunday, came on just about this stage with about 10 overs to go and just wrapped up the Indian tail.
And yes, sir, a pretty close victory, that thrilling victory against India.
Oh, that was a great game. I mean, it was in the balance, backward, forward the whole time. And then actually, before Dan came on, at about this stage, India were probably a lot closer. They're probably 3 or 4 wickets down. But they're probably within about 70 runs of winning. Dan came on, took 5 for 30 something. But even then, it was a nail biter right to the end. And I think the India result against West Indies yesterday proved that was a really good win against a good team.
In fact, sir, in the previous over we were talking about the number of catches that the Wales have put down, but I tried to hit that, and he's placed it to perfection. Indeed. Fine. Yeah. So, right. So no harms of that ball.
No. Again, he's gone. Tried to smash it away, but missed it. Another dot ball. Wales winning this over again.
Yes, I think that just that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, he's playing shots he doesn't want to be playing now.
Yeah, just
and again,
that pressure.
Floats up and nothing he can do with it. 3 dot balls. This is very much Wales' over. Now, if they can go the last 3 balls without conceding a boundary.
Exactly.
That's the key to this. 3 balls. 3 ones will be fine for Wales. But no. He smashed that away. It's a 6. That's a huge pressure reliever.
That's a fine shot.
Pressure reliever.
Just at the time that Sri Lanka needed a much needed maximum at a crucial juncture in the game.
This is what we say about cricket. It's 540, isn't it? 6 times 90, 540 individual pieces of drama, and a dot ball is an individual piece of drama, but a 6-hit is a big piece of drama, and we've had 4 bits of drama in this over. We had 3 dot ball dramas, then we've had that 6-hit drama. And that changes the complexion of the game and the over completely, because he's now almost got the required runs off this over. He's got 2 balls left, so these are almost bonus balls for him. Let's see. Oh, and again he's put it away, but there's a man down here. He'll only get the 1. Well, that's the 7 needed off this over, and they've got a ball to go. So I think advantage Sri Lanka from this over.
So that's the 50, sir. A very well played 50 from Gary. Going to take the skipper just playing his role perfectly. In fact, got a very important 50 against India, and here was struggling with an injury. Has got a beautiful 50, and if he can just guide Sri Lanka to the victory, nothing better than that from here.
Well, it's as I say, if he's there at the end, Sri Lanka will win. It's as simple as that. He's batted really well. He's shored up the Sri Lankan innings when they've lost wickets and they need a bit of stability. He's kept the scoreboard moving, and then at the times where they need the big hits, as we saw in that over, he's come up with a boundary hit. So far, it's been an exemplary innings from him, an excellent innings from him. I keep saying the same thing. I think if Wales are going to win, they've got to get him out. Simple as that.
And pretty much, sir, if not for that six of that over, I think that this over there was a desperate chance of a wicket for Wales. So, I mean, that's the problem when a fielding team or a team that's defending a total, concedes that boundary. I mean, it becomes so easy for the chasing side. That too, when the run rate is above 8 or 9, that doesn't really matter. But when it's around that 6 to 8 run mark, that boundary will always, goes for the shot.
There's another one.
This time around,
Four runs.
gets to the boundary. So making things easy here for Sri Lanka. With each boundary, the confidence of the Sri Lankan dugout will increase.
Yes, absolutely. They're getting, since the drinks break, they've been getting the run rate. Wales had the one over, but other than that, Sri Lanka are hitting boundaries. They're getting the run rate, and you get the sense. We said that 5 overs after drinks break would be critical. This is a 4th of them. Sri Lanka are winning this. As things stand, Sri Lanka are very much in the driving seat.
And more importantly, sir, is this a point where they need to try something different? The Wales, just put a man there, protect the offside, or rather bowl to your field. I think that many a times we credit captains for the field setup and all that, but how important is it for a bowler to bowl to his field?
I don't think the bowlers have bowled badly the last 4 overs at all. I think the Sri Lankan batsmen have batted exceptionally well. They've hit some very good attacking shots off good balls. I don't think Wales have bowled badly at all. I don't think Wales have fielded badly at all. I think Sri Lanka have batted exceptionally well.
Right, sir, and maybe all those boundaries have come off shorter deliveries, so maybe should have been slightly tighter. The Wales bowlers, maybe we can put it that way.
Maybe, but a couple of the early ones came off well pitched up balls, and they were
Right.
getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting through it. I agree with you, the last couple have been shorter balls, but maybe that's the pressure of the batsman hitting good length balls.
Right.
So the bowlers then drop it short, and the batsmen say thank you very much. They're rocking the back foot and they hit it away that way. That's cricket. It's it's psychology, isn't it? It is the bowler against the batsman, but it's so much deeper than just one man bowling against another man with a piece of wood in his hand. It's a lot more than that.
True, sir. So much of psychology involved in it.
Yep. And again, another, but he's only going to get one for it. So another good over for Sri Lanka. 6 runs off 4 balls. 2 balls left. They were looking to get as many as they can off these 2 balls. But Sri Lanka have won this over again. So we did say at 30 overs that the next 5 overs are going to be critical. And Sri Lanka have batted exceptionally well. And again, he's straight down his throat, but it's gone through him. But again, it's stopped in that long grass down there. Probably got a bit wet as well. Stopping. It's just stopping. It's done it all day long, hasn't it? There was so much water down there earlier. There's no way that was going to dry up. I don't know if they've got a drainage issue or something underneath there, but you're actually walking in water down there.
Yeah.
Not on water, but in water.
Sir, maybe I think that definitely that side of the boundary is not too long.
Right.
But
No, that side is not the but down
slightly
that.
better.
Yeah. Ooh, he's taking a big risk. No, umpires
Was it
unmoved.
Was it as close as we thought?
I don't know. I did. He took a big stride down. We don't know what the ball's doing now, whether it's turning. I think height-wise it was probably okay, but possibly offline. The way he was aiming it was probably a bit leg side-ish. I mean, Chris is bowling. He's bowling off spin, so the chances are probably pitched outside leg, which is why the left-hander's always aware with the right arm over bowler is where the ball is pitching, because most of the time it's pitching outside leg. And we all know if he's pitching outside leg, you can't be on LBW.
Right.
So the left-hander will be looking for the ball that pitches outside leg, will then just put his pad down and smash away, because he knows he can't get out LBW. His pad's down there, he knows he's not going to get bowled, so he's got a nice clean hit looking for the boundary.
And
Yep.
And I think that most of the sweep shots, that's why the left-handers, very elegant with the sweep. We've seen in world level, likes of Kumar Sanakara, Brian Lara.
Yeah.
Hell, a lot of left-handers very good with that slog sweep. David Warner.
Yeah, because they know this, to right arm over bowlers, very difficult for a right arm over bowler, unless he's bowling leg breaks.
Right.
It's very difficult for him to get an LBW. Right. And so for most left-handers, it's quite safe for them just to plonk the pad down there, force pitched outside leg. It's a free hit every time, isn't it? They picked up another single there of Sri Lanka.
Off for a second over.
Yeah, Pigott. Gone for 1 run off 2 balls. Again, you get the sense Sri Lanka looking for 1 boundary and over, and here's the man who's going to do it for them. Gunasekara with his eye in, truly now, he's seen the ball very, very well. Seeing it like a balloon, as we say, and there he goes again. Boom, bang, 1 bounce, 4. Thank you very much. And skipper Richard Harris throwing his hands up in the air, saying, well, what can you do? We're bowling well, we've got the right field, and this chap's just smashing us away to wherever he wants to. And he is. He's batted exceptionally well. Except this whole innings he's batted really well, but the last few overs, he's just hit boundaries at will, and he's taken the game away from Wales.
And I mean, that's what we mentioned 10 overs back, saying that if Gunasekara can stay through, he can find boundaries at will. Be the run rate just above 7. Even if it goes above 7, he can definitely find boundaries at will.
Well, he's hit at least 1 boundary and over for the last 5 or 6 overs. And he's out! He's gone.
That's the wicket that Wales wanted.
But he hasn't given him. Have we got a replay of that? That's unbelievable. The batsman was way down the wicket, the bails were taken off, and the umpire didn't give it. What was happening there? I would love to see a replay of that. I reckon he was about a yard out. No replay available, is there? Well, another strange umpiring decision in this tournament. That was so patently out. I think the batsman was even going to walk. He knew he was out. He walked down the track. Well, you're saying they didn't take it properly? Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was stumped. It was out. There's no doubt about it. So, there we go. What can you do? Yeah, we didn't have a replay. We didn't need a replay.
Without any conclusive evidence, I don't think actually can comment on that. Okay.
So, end of the over. Sri Lanka 160 for 4. 10 overs to go. They need 74 runs.
And I think, sir, with 6 overs left and with the skipper at the crease, very much Sri Lanka have the upper hand at the moment, but desperately in need of a wicket here, Wales.
Desperately need of a wicket, yeah. I mean, I think they got it in the last over. That's the thing. It's Wales players looking very despondent. Captain arguing with the umpire, saying how can that not be given when he's quite patently out. He's still arguing with the umpire. He's going to argue with the other umpire now. I have to say, he's a very, very, very valid point here. The batsman was going to walk then. He was a yard down the wicket. I mean, and all the Wales players converging on the umpire now and saying, what's going on here? It's yeah, very interesting. There we go. 7.4 needed. So that's 74 off 10 overs, isn't it?
So coming back to the present, scheme of things, what do you actually think Wales should do from here, sir? Because asking from a very much Wales point of view, what can they do here different?
Well, 7.4 and over is still a big ask. You've still got to hit a boundary and over. And if you can bowl line and length, he took risks in the last over. There's no doubt that he took risks in the last over. So what you want to do is to keep on bowling line and length, keep on making him take risks, because you've got to get him out. And I don't think, just throwing it up there and letting him hit the boundaries is going to work. Trying to play for the catch is not going to work. You've actually got to bowl line and length, and you've got to hope that sort of happens again, and that you can induce him down the track, you can bowl him, you can get him LBW, you can get him stumped or whatever, or he can miss-hit something.
Sure, sir. And Tony Smith is back into the attack, who gave that very much, the second wicket, the breakthrough at the crucial juncture. So can he do it once again here for Wales? That's the question.
Wales, I mean, Tony's probably our most experienced bowler. He's bowling to the left-hander, he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, he's bowling into the left-hander, and therefore the obvious thing for the left-hander to do is to drive out to the covers. If he tries,
And that's a good shot.
that's a very good, that's a full bunger. That's hit him on the foot on the full, and you normally see those given.
I think the batter shuffled slightly.
He may have done. He may have done. Again, without the benefit of a replay, it's hard to tell. But normally, when a batsman gets hit on the full bunger and the wicketkeeper and the bowler go up in unison, it's usually quite a good shout. And we've seen a lot of LBWs given today, so I'm a little surprised that maybe wasn't given. But there we go. As I say, that's the line that the left arm over is going to bowl to the left-hander. He's going to spear it in at the wickets, and he's going to try and make the left-hander play across him.
Yeah.
And maybe if boundaries are needed, that's what the left-hander is going to do. That's what he did then. He beat him, but the umpire decided it wasn't out. So now to the right hand, he comes round the wicket. It's a different angle altogether. And I think the ball slipped in his hand then, the way that he's gesticulating. As he got into his delivery stride, he seemed to lose control of the ball, so he dried his hand on the floor.
True. And I personally feel that if they can do something here, is to stop the boundary for next 2 overs desperately. They cannot give the boundaries, and for the field sets that they have made, I personally feel that definitely, they have to keep a man at their respective positions. That, whatever, the deep mid wicket, one man at fine leg.
This is the game now with Gunasekara facing, because he's been hitting boundaries.
Yes.
360 degrees. He seems to be able to hit a boundary wherever there's not a fielder.
Right.
He seems to have a shot to be able to hit a boundary. So this is the game. This is the game.
More of point mid wicket, as we've seen, is boundaries. Most of them they've come at point, third man, definitely deep mid wicket, country, square leg. So what I personally feel is that in the final, we are in the final power play, so you can have that. I can have the luxury of 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So pack the onside boundary with a mid wicket, square leg, and a country kind of a fielder. Yeah.
I don't think you can be as specific as that with a batsman that's as set as this and is hitting the ball. I think you've got to have your 5 men out.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't say he's got 2 or 3 go-to shots that you can block. He's got 6 or 7 shots that he can score boundaries with. We've seen him scoring boundaries back with a square.
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen him punching it square. We've seen him hitting it through mid-wicket. We've seen him hitting them straight, and we've seen him hitting them on the other side. He's got 7 or 8 boundary shots.
Sir.
You can't cover all of that.
So what I personally think is that, anyways, Tony is extraordinary with his line and length, right?
Yeah.
He's perfect with his line and length. So take the risk of just having a sweeper behind, just for that cut shot, right? Have a sweeper or even a deep point, whichever is necessary for the bowler, and pack the onside, so that what could eventually happen is you're actually blocking a boundary opportunity.
And we've seen there what you're talking about. The obvious out for the left-hander against the left-arm over bowler is leg side.
Exactly.
Because you're hitting with the pace to the ball.
Across the line.
Across the line, and that's what he's tried to do there, and he hasn't connected with it properly.
I think that, if they can get that field set right, there is definitely a chance of getting him out in another 3 hours time. Yeah.
Well, when he's facing the left-hander, but then of course when he's facing the off-spinner, and I think we're only going to have off-spin. Yeah, we've got Gareth Edwards coming back on now again, so we're trying everything here. Although it's not Gunasekara on strike at the moment, it's Jans on strike.
And mind you, sir, the just 4 runs of this particular over.
Just
so
4 runs off, yeah.
That's a huge positive for Wales.
Well, 7.8, almost 8 runs and over needed. So,
yeah,
so Wales could now still win this game by strangling them out.
Exactly.
They still need to hit boundaries every over, and we saw in the last over with no boundary, 4 runs scored.
Right.
Run rate goes up.
Right.
With a boundary, 8 runs
8
scored,
runs.
run rate comes
Comes down. Exactly.
So it's stopping the boundary is the key, but how do you stop a boundary to a guy that's hitting the ball so well to all 4 corners of the ground?
Sir, no, what was my point is that you know, you're gonna pack the onside, right? If you're gonna get hit of a good delivery, I mean, just for God's sake, please, for God's sake, you should not mind the good balls that are hit for force, right? Otherwise, keep your length intact. Yes, exactly. Bowl this particular length, even to the left-handed. Bowl this length. Make sure that you pack the onside field. Just give a single. So if you're going to have 3 fielders and he picks the gap, there is absolutely nothing you can do as a bowling side. But then try your best by having 3 fielders on the onside and bowl balls like these.
Yeah.
Just cramp him for room.
Yeah.
And ensure that they don't get much of boundaries on the offside.
Well, the off spinner will want to bowl to the right-hander for just that reason. Because he can cramp him for room.
Exactly.
It makes it very difficult to swing his arms through the offside
right
for boundaries. So the only thing he can afford to do is to try and hit with the spin to the onside. But if you can cramp him up enough, again, it's very, very difficult to hit because you're not actually hitting across the line, but you're not hitting in a very relaxed way. The ideal place to hit is outside your off stump where you've got room, isn't it?
Right.
So the moment it's coming into you,
Correct.
you've actually got to sort of go across the line, and that's what you want a batsman to do. You want him to hit across the line because that's when he makes a mistake.
True. Indeed, just a single of 3 balls. So if the Wales can go 3 balls without a boundary here.
Yeah, I think I'd take 3 singles at this stage quite happily.
And sir,
no boundary.
If no boundary of these 3 balls, there's a wicket loading in the next over.
I hope you're right.
Because, but the key factor, Gunasekara here, batting extraordinarily on 58 at the moment with, he's definitely carrying his injury there, right?
He doesn't seem to be wincing quite so much, but there comes a point with an injury like that where you've hurt it so much it stops hurting.
Right.
And it might be that he's reached that stage.
Exactly.
If he's taping it, I don't know what he's done.
That's a big shout.
Big shout again.
But looks like batting all there.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Was it?
No,
Would you think there was bat in that? Yeah.
Yeah. Slight bit of sound. Maybe I heard something there.
Yep. Fair enough.
The hint of willow. Yeah.
Maybe. So, but that's good. That's 2 balls. That's a dot and a 1. So they've got 1 ball left basically to score the boundary. Otherwise, it's very much Wales is over. Only 2 runs off it so far. He's one to the right-hander, Jans. It's almost 8.5 required now. The run rate is creeping up and up and up. So say what's critical
2 runs
here?
of the first 5 balls, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, sir.
So here we go. Edwards comes in. Balls and they'll just the single. So that's exactly how we called it. That's that over to Wales because the required run rate is now up to, I'd say, about 8.5, isn't it? It's 167 for 4.
8.37 to be precise.
8.37. That's a lot of runs. That's a lot of runs that you need.
And if Sri Lanka can get to 10 2-run overs from here, why not?
Yeah, we've talked about taking it deep the whole time, and you say from 7 or 8 overs out, 8.5 sounds like a lot.
Right.
But you say to a batsman, you got 1 over left, you need 8.5, you need 9, you
take
need
it
10, you need 11. You take that every time.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you actually think, well, I've got nothing to lose now. And you've only got to hit 2 boundaries. It's not that much,
Find the gap.
Yeah, so I think what we've said is they'll want to take this deep, they'll want to take it to the last over, and I think anything a batsman to anything less than 12 in the last over, you'd say, give it to me, I'll have a go at that.
And sir, more importantly, how do you think that the role of Tony Smith will be important, because he has 4 more overs to go, and I think he'll finish his quarter of overs. Oh,
Taken, that's a great catch. Deep square leg, that's a great catch. I think it's that man John Jones again, isn't it? He can't do a thing wrong today. I think that's John Jones. Yance has gone. Very good. 25 off 27 balls. Exactly who was the boundary hitter. So that's, although probably not the wicket that Wales wanted, still a huge wicket for them. Very good catch. I think it was John Jones. If it was John Jones, he can't do a thing wrong today. He's taken 2 superb diving catches on the boundary to add to his magnificent 90 earlier in the day. So if Wales win this, I'll make a prediction, and I think John Jones might be taking a trophy away with him today.
sure, sir. Such a good innings with the bat. I mean, yes, after the opener lost his wicket, the left-handed, very well played knock. I mean, took the game deep, had to attack at some point in time. And once again, sir, for a 4th time, if I'm not wrong, I think I've got my prediction right.
Absolutely. Carry on predicting, dear boy. Carry on predicting. It's great. Yeah, no, I think, but back to John Jones's innings earlier, absolutely right. For any youngsters watching an innings, John probably took 7, 8, 9 overs where he was just taking the odd single, doing nothing silly, not going for the big hits at all. So he got the feel of the wicket, he got the pace, he got the feel of the way the bowlers were bowling, and then he started punishing, didn't he? And then once he'd passed 50, he was unstoppable. He went from 50 to 90 in no time at all.
Yes, sir.
That's what building an innings is about.
And I particularly felt that he showed the complete Wales team on how to build an innings on the Indian soil, because it's pretty important. I mean, you play those 10 overs in the Indian soil. You first play the 10 overs, you let the shine go off, and from there it's a batsman's game.
Tony Smith's into the new batsman. The new batsman is Jayasuriya. This game has definitely tilted in Wales' favour. Now, I'd say 4 or 5 overs ago after drinks, Sri Lanka were doing it, weren't they? But Wales have taken now a key wicket, and they've also been bowling well, but that's not such a good ball. He's dragged that down. Tony Smith's dragged that down. Half tracker, been punished the way that he deserves to be punished. That's a shame, because Wales have been bowling so well these last few overs. That's a bit of a pressure release for Sri Lanka.
And more importantly, sir, till the moment Gary Gunashekhar is in the crease, I think you can never write off Sri Lanka from this game.
No, I mean, in a way, Wales wanted to open an end up because Yance was scoring a run of ball and giving the strike to Gunashekhar. But this lad's come in, he's hit 4, he's going to get 2 here, is he? Yeah, he's going to get another 2 here. So he's started off really well, has Jayasuriya. Just the sort of support that the skipper needs. So this game is not over yet.
Definitely, sir. In fact, is that wicket a blessing in disguise for Sri Lanka?
Who knows? If they've got a big hitter coming in, that's exactly what they need at this point.
That's a close call. That, in fact,
I think that's going to be a wide.
Just a single. So
Yeah,
sir. So more of
it's called a wide.
It's called a wide. So in fact, to be pretty honest, I think that if Nalin Jayasuriya can just go on and play a small cameo from here, that might make the difference here for Sri Lanka.
Well, they need 8.5, 9 and over. So if they've got someone who can come in and hit big boundaries, that's exactly what they need. As you say, a cameo, 20 in 3 overs will swing the game in their favour.
Definitely, sir. And more importantly, as you told, if you go to a batting side and tell them that you just have, that's gone, he's played well.
No, it's gone through his hands. It's gone through his hands.
Yes, but,
it's another drop catch. That's a shame.
Runs indeed.
Two runs rather than the wicket of the key man. They've got 2 runs. That's a real shame.
So more importantly, 10 runs coming off the first 5 balls of this over.
Yeah, big over for Sri Lanka. Big over.
Yes,
for
although
Sri Lanka.
they've got a wicket, but they might not mind the 10 runs and over. This case, hit
That's
well.
another one there. So 11 off that over, way ahead of the asking rate. And this new batsman Jaya Surya looks like he can hit a big ball.
So with just 7 overs to go, 56 runs. I think some more of 8 runs and over for the next 7 overs.
8 runs and over with two lads who are hitting the ball well. That's not a massive ask.
Definitely, sir. And as you told, as the innings goes over by over, even 3 overs to go, 30 runs, 10 runs and over, not a huge ask.
We've said all the way along, you get down to the last over needing 12, you'll take that any day of the week.
In fact, you have a higher probability of getting that, right?
I'd say the batsman, 12 runs off the last over, the batsman's going to do that more often than he's not. You'd always take that.
Yeah.
These two look as if they've got no problem at all. I mean, we've seen Gunasekara has just hit the ball where he's wanted to all day long. And we've said all the way along, if he's still in at the end, Wales are in trouble, and he's still there, I think that's the key for Wales now, is get him out.
So do you think, sir, would we see a change from that end, the other end? That is the far end.
No, I think I can't see anybody else bowling.
Near end.
No, I think Tony will carry on bowling. He just was unlucky. He got picked up on a couple of balls in the last over. Again, it's down to that slow part of the field, isn't it? I mean, when that ball left the bat, I thought that was a 4. But once it hits that long, wet stuff down there, it just stops, doesn't it?
Sir, do you think that you need at least 2 fielders to protect that region, because any point in time you can actually give a double there? That might be a disadvantage as far as the fielding side is concerned, right?
Well, 2's better than 4, isn't it? 2's better than 4. That's just 1 that time. He's hit that ball too well.
Too well, yeah. And in fact, in that particular region, you can actually, if you want to go aerial, you have to clear in that region, right?
I think we've seen 2 6s there today, haven't we? And you're absolutely right. If you want to score a boundary there, you've got to go in the air all the way, because I think once it hits the grass,
It
stops.
Exactly. So 3 runs coming off the first 2 balls, and Sri Lanka just ahead here at the moment.
Yeah, Wales need wickets. We've always said if they're going to win, they've got to bowl them out, and nothing's changed. Wales need wickets.
Not exactly bowl out from this situation. Maybe a wicket or 2 might slow down the run rate massively.
Yeah.
Not exactly, do they need to?
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot. Not much he could do. The bowler tied him up. Not much he could do, but he just leant away from it, put the bat on it, put it away from the fielder. That's a lovely piece of batting. Very frustrating for a fielding team. So I've bowled a good ball, I've set a good field, and then somebody plays a lovely shot like that. There's the single there to Sri Lanka, but they've taken 5 runs off 4 balls so far this over, so they're well on target. And that's a big hit. Goodness me, he's batted well. He's batted so well, and that's 9 runs off 5 balls. That's the asking rate achieved yet again. And you've got to be honest, whenever this lad's been under pressure and he's had to score runs, he's just gone and done it, hasn't he?
In fact, sir, 10 runs if I'm not wrong.
10 runs off this over.
Couple of runs.
Oh yeah. 10 runs. So that's a very good over.
Is that turning the momentum just towards Sri Lanka? This is the turning point in the game. Crucial juncture.
Yeah, well, Wales need to get him out, don't they? It's as simple as that. Wales need to get him out. And that's another one out deep. Oh, they've run 2. Well run.
Excellent.
12 runs off the over. So again, a huge dent in that runs required. It's down to under 8 now. They should do it from here.
6 overs, 43. I think that slightly would back the chasing side at the moment.
At the moment, he'd back the chasing side, but nothing changes. Wales take a wicket, swings back in Wales's favour.
And more importantly, the wicket of the skipper.
the wicket of the skipper. He's still struggling. Look at him. What an innings he's played. He's obviously been in a lot of pain throughout this innings. So to bat the way that he has when he's not feeling 100% is just got to take your cap off to him, haven't you? It's been a great knock. It's been a great knock.
If he can take them home, it can be a fairy tale. That's what we said at the start of our stint.
Yeah.
If he can definitely go through and just grind it. I mean, from here, if they can grind it through, if Gunasekara stays through, that's the game.
Well, they're getting the runs comfortably now, aren't they? The run rate's come down from almost 9 to just over 7 now because they've been getting 9s and 10s and 11s every over. So wickets will win it. If they don't get the wickets, they won't win it. Simple as that.
Sir, to be pretty honest, do you think that there has been slight inconsistency in the line and length of Wales bowlers in the past, say, 7-8 overs?
No, I think they've bowled really well, but I think they've come up against an exceptional batsman who's moved his feet, who's taken risks, and it's come off. And now they've got a chap in at the other end who's equally hits a big ball, doesn't he? Hits a big ball, does Jayasuriya.
Definitely. In fact, that cameo 7 or 4 towards the very end can prove to be very, very vital.
What we said, wasn't it? If he can come in and hit a quick 20 off 3 or 4 overs, he could change the game, and that's what he's doing. He's striking at 175, isn't he? So that's a very, very, very good striking rate.
And indeed, sir, and as you expected, Tony Smith is back from the near end, as we like to call it.
Yep. Tony's back. Tony's the man who'll get you a wicket here if anybody will. He'll continue to plug away. He'll continue to attack the stumps, and he's almost got him, but he did very well to keep in the crease that time.
I think, if not a boundary of this over, maybe Wales are back in the game.
I don't think so. I think Sri Lanka has showed us they're perfectly capable of getting 10, 11, 12 runs on over.
And indeed, sir, goes for the shot this time around.
No, stopped in the outfield, and they're thinking of 2, but they only take the 1.
Pretty much a good over up to now. In fact, in a crisis situation.
Except you've got batsmen at both ends that are capable of hitting a boundary. I mean, normally in a situation like this, you've got one guy who's set, who's hitting the ball big, and you try and... that's a huge hit. That's a huge hit, 6 runs. Well, that's exactly what I was saying. We've got a guy in at the other end who's also able to hit boundaries, and that's what he's done again. He's hit a big 6 as Jayasuriya there over mid-wicket. He's gone on to 14 off 6 balls. He's striking at over 200.
That's a great shot. Stamping the authority. Using it to full capacity. That's all gone all the way for 6. So yeah.
And
Once again.
And another one. Oh, just clears the fielder, but he's going to get 4 for that.
So I think more or less the last 2 overs has, I think, Tony Smith just being a tinge unlucky today.
He's bowled well. He hasn't bowled badly, but these batsmen have batted really, really well.
Yes, sir. I mean, as a bowler, what you can do is you can hit the right length, but if you're gonna get hit of good balls, then hopes on God. That's it.
As a batsman, you look for that day when you're set, where you can see the ball. It doesn't matter where they bowl it to you. You can just move your feet and your head goes, and you just bang. You can get your arms through it. You can open up, and this is exactly what's happening here. Tony Smith's bowling well. But the Sri Lankan batsman, no, that's another one.
Once again.
Look, it's another one. That's a beautiful,
fine shot.
Beautiful shot over long off that time. So it's 206 for 5 now off 40 overs, and it's after that excellent over for Sri Lanka, it's down to 28 runs needed off the last 5 overs, isn't it? very gettable. The asking rate is under 5 and over, but getting over like that with a 6 and 2 4s in it, that's a great over for a batting side when you're chasing a total like this. Put Sri Lanka completely in the driving seat. They can get him in singles now. They don't need to hit boundaries anymore, but I'm sure they will.
And indeed, sir, if they can, produce a magic from here, Wales just 2 and 2 or something like that.
They need to get both of these boys out. Both of these boys are capable of hitting these runs single-handedly, as they've shown.
Because in both the innings, in both the games that I've covered, this ground has that capacity of getting 2 and 2. If this ground, there's this saying, proverb in cricket that say 1 brings 2, right? I think that this ground has that magic of bringing one and 2 together. So just get one and the another will come by itself.
You've got 2 batsmen who are well set, they're hitting the ball well, and you get one of them out, and you've suddenly got a new batsman coming in who's going to be nervous. He doesn't know the pace of the wicket, and it's harder for him. So the only hope Wales have got, as we've said all the way along, take the wickets.
Right, and exactly, sir. That's what in fact happened in the first innings also, in the Wales innings, when the skipper himself got out. The other set batter, Jones, if I'm not wrong, also lost his wicket, right?
Yeah. They lost wickets at critical times, did Wales, really. I think, as this innings has showed, 230 was never quite enough. Probably 250, 260 was what was required.
Yes, sir. They were 30 short, in my opinion. In fact, we discussed that before off mic. We actually were speaking about the fact that they were definitely 30-35 short.
Yes, I think we were told beforehand 230 is a good par score here,
right,
but you need 250, 260 to win it.
Right.
And I think most of the Wales innings they were heading towards 250, 260, and then they lost a little bit of momentum, didn't they?
Just that 2 run-outs maybe just keep putting the game,
Yeah. And I think it's going to prove to be the case. 25-30 more runs and Wales would have won this game
comfortably.
Yeah. Still not over. You could still, I still think
wickets.
one wicket now and anything could happen.
Exactly, sir. Once again, I would like to reiterate, this particular ground has that luck. If you get one at a crucial juncture, you're awaiting a second. Definitely. So pretty important that at this point, the Wales keep fighting.
Well, Wales won't give up. This team don't give up, as we saw against India. As we saw against Australia, although they were getting heavily beaten, they carried on and they carried on and they carried on, and they made almost 200 against Australia, although the game was dead and buried. This Wales team won't give up. They won't give up until the game's over.
Exactly, sir. So, love that fighting spirit.
That's another 4 runs, another fine hit from Jayasuriya.
So Jayasuriya, looking to just get the net run rate up.
I think he's just looking to win the game, to be honest with you. If Sri Lanka win this, they move on to 5 points. They move ahead of Wales. Wales have got a tough game against the West Indies. I'm not sure who Sri Lanka have got on Monday, but puts them in the driving seat. They win that game and they're through.
They're playing rest of the world, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, so they'd expect to beat rest of the world. That's another boundary. That is a boundary in the long grass down there. That is a boundary.
So once again, if you take the aerial route, you can clear that side of the boundary.
Well, I think if you can land it a foot inside like that, it'll go. But it only just went over even then, although he hit the ball beautifully.
Yes, a lot of power, and as we've spoken, that wicket, that solitary wicket, I think has proved to be the blessing in disguise for Sri Lanka here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Had Jayasuriya not come in and hit the ball in the way that he's hit it,
maybe
it could be a different game.
Wales would have definitely fought.
Yeah, different game.
In fact, bowls the new ball really well. Jayasuriya, it's hit really well. And mind you, sir, he's batting at a strike rate close to 272.
Yeah, he's batted exceptionally well.
So.
And that's another one out of the ground. Out of the ground. That's another 6. What an innings this has been.
Yes, sir, batting at 300. Just getting those boundaries at will and completely spoiling the confidence of, the spinners. Stamping that authority when and mind you, 22 balls, that 50-run partnership has come. and that has made the solid difference with Sri Lanka in the driver's seat now.
Huge difference. And he's gone again. But yeah, that's going to go for another 4. Yeah, he's just seeing it like a big slow balloon at the moment and just hitting it
runs,
at will.
19 runs coming off that over, so
Yeah.
as they say, he's seeing the ball like a football.
Yeah, and only 9 runs required now off 4 overs, so let's not worry about strike rates anymore. 9 off 4 overs, the way these two are batting, it shouldn't be too difficult for them.
Yes, sir, definitely, indeed. And but nevertheless, irrespective of the result, I think that Wales have fought with this under par target.
Yes, Wales have fought really hard. They've pushed them all the way, and I think until this last wicket stand, Wales have been in the driving seat more than Sri Lanka have possibly.
Exactly.
But despite Wales getting themselves into a good position, I think we're now seeing a situation where 2 batsmen and 1 batsman in particular have just shown what it's like when you're on song. And I think we're seeing Kevin Bowen coming back into the attack, which is interesting.
And indeed, talking about Sri Lanka, I think that more than the innings of, we've spoken the great cameo from Jayasuriya, but then let's talk about Gary Gunasekara, sir. I mean, the way he actually was injured, was struggling with that bottom hand terribly, but from there to play such a knock, and we're mentioning it from the start that if they can get to the win, not a better fairy tale.
It's been a great innings from him, but again, we called it right at the start, didn't we? Said if he's here at the end, Sri Lanka will win, and he's still here, and it looks as if Sri Lanka are now going to win. So what we said is it was exactly right. Kevin Bowen's in. That's the first dot ball in about 4 or 5 overs, I think.
I think post that previous wicket, I think just now we're seeing a dot ball, right?
Yep. It's
Pretty much.
well, Jayasuriya is at 40 off 13 balls. That's phenomenal innings, isn't it?
Yeah, around 310 the strike rate, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
And Gunasekara now seems quite happy to try and push the single to him and let him finish it off in a couple of balls.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but then he's played a great knock here. I mean, with an injury, it's never really easy. And then that too, hot humid conditions, to just stay there, and that too leading from the front, the skipper, that's a fine shot. Just gets a single there on there's protection on the boundary. So indeed, moves to 75, and the way Nalin Jayasuriya is batting, I think that they might close out on this over. What do you think, sir?
Well, look who's facing. They need 6 to win. Look who's facing. What do you think's going to happen?
I think 8 more to go. I mean, 8 runs to go. I think we'll conclude with this over.
Yeah, that's
a good
4
shot.
of them. That's 4 of them.
Yeah.
And
6 can take him to 50.
I mean, Gunasekara has played an excellent knock, but it's this innings from Jayasuriya that's really swung this game, isn't it?
Definitely. They call the impact player, right? The impact innings. Definitely.
Impact and 3/4, isn't it? It's had a huge influence on this game. Here comes Kevin Bowen in again, and he puts this one out of the ground. Sri Lanka win. What a knock. And I think, does that take him to his 50 as well?
Exactly, sir. And I think this is the fastest 50, if I'm not wrong.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. 50 and 14 balls.
I have to check the stats once.
Pretty good going. I mean, we know, in all sorts of cricket, 50 and 13 balls is quite an achievement. 50 and 14 is not bad. But he's hit the ball so well, hasn't he?
Yeah, 50 or 15
anyway,
balls.
good win for Sri Lanka. Good game of cricket.
Yeah, good game of cricket, and pretty much Wales fighting through. Was an honor joining you, sir. Thank you very much for joining the commentary box.
Great stuff. All the best. See you again. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. So, guys, win for Sri Lanka, a 5-wicket win, and Gary Gunasekara, 9 fours and 1 6, batting really well. A skipper's knock, that 75 not out. Carried his team with an injury, played beautifully. But then the impact player Nalin Jayasuriya, a 15 ball 50, just have to Just look at the scorecard. If I'm not wrong, this should be the fastest 50 of this tournament. If not, just, such a great knock. If not for that knock, we'd have witnessed a more closer game indeed. But then at the other end, Wales definitely had to get to at least 20 more runs to stay in the game till the very end, and fought well. Indeed, got those wickets, and somehow the opening partnership also was very good. But then they lost to Gary Gunashekhara's class. I mean, what a captain's knock that he played, and it ensured that in turn Sri Lanka won the game and got to a very, very comfortable position in this tournament. So guys, it was an honor joining Hugh in our commentary box. Very valuable inputs. Spoke a lot about even in the English culture. More of what Wales cricket produces and all that. So been a very, very eventful day, guys. We have witnessed a good game of cricket. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.